in the game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play, I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me, then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way, yeah, yeah. Out of the way, yeah, yeah. Out of the way.
Just wait and see, yeah. want it with me. You got a problem with me? Love, you don't want it with me. Man, you won't ever stop me. Who y'all really got a problem with? Who y'all really trying to solve them with? Who don't really like the sound of this? Who come with me getting down to this? You better step back, get your neck cracked, get laid down where you best at. Better check that with a fresh map, get lost now with no extract. Like look, that's all me, got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef, you freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we don't really lose no more, all about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see beating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you never gonna stop me. Ayy, sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to go off. Can't hold us back. Truth hurts, you owe us that. My truth lurks till y'all collapse. Now scoop first where your homies at. Come my team with me right now. My team's on me right now. But what you mean y'all out? It's time to weed y'all out. Okay, we coming back with a vengeance. Time to go start your engines. What is this thing y'all mention? Time for y'all stop pretending, Nah, y'all can't do that. Where your crew at? Y'all can't do that. Nah, where your crew at? Nah, man, cause now you alone. Yeah, get out of my zone. Man, cause now you alone. Love, get out of my zone. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Ride through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look. You won't stop.
Everyone, and welcome back here to the Snapdragon Pro Series PMCO Open Finals. We're back once again with even more PUBG Mobile action coming your way. Two regions already down for the count, Imperium. It's already done for the European region and also for the Africa region, but now it's down to the T4 Middle East to see which teams after these 2 days of play will make it to their regional PMNC. My name is Maxman, going to be joined, of course, as always, with Imperium, and he's wearing, is that a jacket, or is that just because you're cold?
Hey, it's just a bit of a, no, not that cold, it's just it's a comfortable jacket, and I think it looks nice.
Okay, it does look very nice. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good, I'm excited. Are we saving the best to last in terms of region-wise? I certainly hope so. I feel like we've had a level up from region to region. It might be cliche to say that, by the way. But yeah, super excited for this region and what the teams have to offer.
We keep saying Imperium, right, going into the Snapdragon Pro Series, our expectations are somewhat low, but I gotta say, Africa surprised us, Europe surprised us. I'm hoping we're gonna be surprised again going into this, but one thing that does not surprise me is because they've always been here backing us up. It is gonna be Snapdragon Elite Gaming, our main sponsor and partner over here for the Snapdragon Pro Series. Imperium, he's feeling it. He's feeling the power of Snapdragon Elite Gaming. Are you Elite Gaming, Imperium, right now?
I am Elite Gaming! Okay, I'll stop.
we're both a little bit in a weird mood today, guys. You'll have to work with us today, unfortunately. Yeah, thank you very much to them. Of course, also Monster and DHL allowing the Snapdragon Pro Series to happen in the first place.
Yes, sir.
But Imperium, as you said, 2 days of play, 5 games per day, 10 total is going to be happening. Of course, it's going to be a little bit of a rough time for these teams. You need to start off hot if you can. And we're going to look at the teams a little bit later, but we got some pretty big orgs when it comes to Middle East that are present. First off, we're going to look at the format. Of course, it's going to be pretty similar to what we have seen for the other regions. You do make it out of the initial 256 teams from the group stage into what we are now the top 16 teams of Middle East. And after that, you can be divided between the MEA and Egypt region and also the MEA, KSA, and Iraq PMNC. So 2 events can qualify into, but pretty much the top 3 teams only will make it to the next stage.
Yeah. I'm a little bit happier, with all due respect to Europe, that it's less complicated in terms of back to 3 teams only. That's it. None of this region, that region, in terms of, 6 teams making it through. It'll make it a lot easier for overall the teams to kind of stay focused on, and for us from a storytelling standpoint, it's going to be tougher. But that's what makes it so exciting. And again, look, the fact that they've made it through the group stage as it is, over 256 teams from the Middle East region, and we've seen Middle East as a region arguably be the most evolved region over the last year and a half. So I think we're correct in expecting the best from the finals.
And then you see Falcons right yesterday not making it through survival stage. That hurts, Imperium. I'm not gonna lie, that really hurts. I do feel really bad. But you know what? This is the new hope of Middle East region. We'll see, of course, how these players are going to be performing today. Though, looking at the point system, of course, of the tournament, if you checked out in Europe, you checked out what was happening during Africa, it is the exact same thing. Chicken dinner equal 15 points. It trickles down to 0 points from 13th and below, and then 1 elimination equal 1 point. And as we always say, Imperium, that 50-50 split. A lot of the teams that were topping the charts in Africa and Europe had very close to that 50-50 split, if not had a perfect 50-50 split. So, you know what? Equilibrium is going to be seeked for these teams.
It's always about that balance. We will highlight a team that has a very understated amount of eliminations because that represents that they're a team that are more heavily focused on surviving, hopefully getting into a good late game position, but also not really willing to take as many fights, and therefore that takes away a little bit of control out of their side. And if a team gets majority eliminations in a heavy way, we will compliment it, but we'll also say, hey, look, you know, if you're not able to survive in the late game, how do you expect to get a chicken dinner? How do you expect to get further on in any tournament? So yeah, balance is important.
Going to have the best of both worlds, Imperium. That will definitely put you in a really good standings to potentially make it to PMNC. They're looking at the qualified teams, of course. As we said, Imperium, as I already know, kind of teased, we got some pretty big names coming to this. Though,
yes,
big names when it comes to orgs, but new names when it comes to players. Meaning,
definitely,
this, as we said, could be really the new next hope when it comes to Middle East for PUBG Mobile Esports.
Orgs within the Middle East have a rich history of kind of investing in other regions per se, or investing in more than one roster, right? And that's very kind of reminiscent when it comes to Conquer. They have their Conquer Iraq side. They do also and have had other Conquer names, including the Western European side that you know, made a big name for themselves with their heavy roster back in the day. You also have Clear Vision. Indeed, they've been representative in European PMPLs, and yeah, they also have a very heavy presence within the Malaysia region. I also recognize.
Recommend them? Do you recommend them?
Well,
they're pretty good. I recommend the team.
I recommend you go to Skyrocket Esports. No, the Skyrocket Esports impressed me a lot with their roster, and PMPL made a big impact on me. Again, it's a different roster, as you correctly pointed out. Hopefully they can have the same impact.
We had Dagestan 77 for Europe, and now we got just a 77. We scrap the Dagestan, just 77. We're going to have that one over here. We also have Iker going to be into this tournament, Iker Esport, which is also a name that we have heard of in the past. That's been having some good impression. But as we said, these rosters have been picked up, so that's the thing. They have potentially been scouted actively by these orgs, by these people that manage these orgs. And, you know, potentially seeing a lot of potential in this team. So I think that for all the big names we just stated, Imperium, their goal is clearly PMPL. That would be the only reason why you would want to pick up a new team, because you're investing in future possible talent for PUBG Mobile Esports.
I don't. I have a slight feeling that that's not the same Iker.
I'm not sure. I agree.
Yeah. From a logo perspective, it doesn't look the same. I'm going to do a tiny bit of research in the background.
Just a guy.
We'll kind of look to find out. It just seems to be a guy
with
a bird on his shoulder.
I
think that's what it is. However, yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I believe we're going to give a little bit of information as well on the prize pool. There is money on the line, and Middle East as a region has invested heavily over the last year and a half. And it's tournaments like this, whether it's, you know, international based tournaments such as the Snapdragon Pro Series, PMCO, or inter-regional tournaments within the Middle East. These kind of prize pools make a big difference to allowing teams to stay invested and build their future within PUBG Mobile Esports.
Exactly, and the prize pool is going to just keep growing from here on out. Of course, it's going to be, I think the PMEC is going to be like 20,000 euros on the board. So yeah, you guys have some pretty decent amount of money that can be secured by the next tournaments if you qualify through this. But as we always say, goal is to be in top 3, of course, and make it into PMNC. And the main goal is to be in first place because you want to get that extra 4K potential increase from second to first place. That is really, really significant. Teams have been battling their hearts out for Africa and Europe to be the first place team. It's been looking really good for teams like Dagestan 77 in particular, but basically what we're trying to say, if you want that first place, flashy plays are going to be required here, and consistency will be rewarded at the end with that extra 4K on board.
Indeed, indeed. Money makes the world go round, and it kind of speaks for itself. Yeah, I'm excited with the money. We've always highlighted how it can be a motivational tool, but it shouldn't be the first things on the team's minds, especially if you're fighting within the top 3. I suppose if you're 16th, it can be that little bit of, hey guys, you know, we've got 2 to 3 more games. Think about the extra prize money we can get by climbing over 2 to 3 other spots. Let's get this and do what we can. So it's there to help the teams in game and out of game, and you know, it always makes things a little bit more exciting.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be really exciting to see how things are going to be panning out for these 2 days of play. 10 games total. Is going to be interesting to see which 3 teams will be able to make it to the next stage and potentially claw their way into PMPL. But with that said, we do have a very quick interview with Nabaz, the coach of Conquer Iraq. Check this one out.
Hello, my name is Nabaz. I'm from Conquer Iraq. I'm a coach with Conquer Iraq team. My teammate contain 6 players: QX Tiger, QX Reba, QX Crazy, QX Tika, QX Aragon, QX Zana. Because we play with 3 fragger, we have Dika, Crazy, and Reba. I think 3 of them they can do it, but I think Crazy will be MVP in this tournament. In our organization, we try to prepare this team before 6 months. Every day they have 2 hours just training by skills, micro skills, training with aim to be better, and every night they have 2 scrim and 1 event to be prepared for this tournament PMCO. I can tell you about 5 or 6 teams they can be top 1 in this tournament, like F35, like Strike Force, like W7, like 968, and another team. I see another team. They have this experience to bring this tournament. Spartan Kane, Bohandani, Timakaman.
Great to hear from Nabaz over there during that quick interview. But man, 6 months of prep has been going on for the side of Conquer Iraq. That is impressive for this stage of PUBG Mobile Esports. I mean, with that in mind, and know the roster's got himself 3 fraggers, 2 apparently, and one of their players looking like actually MVP contender. I gotta say, Imperium, I'm hyped to see how things are going to be working out. I know hopefully you guys also hyped over on the social medias. That sounds like a very boom way to say it, but you can join the conversation over on Twitter with the hashtag Snapdragon Pro Series, and we can have your tweet featured on the show. But man, 6 months, you can do a lot of stuff in 6 months, and I think that preparing for a Snapdragon Pro Series is definitely in the realm of things you can prepare for in 6 months.
It's a testament and a great example of how the Middle East as a region once again has developed so much over the last year and a half. You go back to, as an example, Enigma Galaxy and what they proved to the world, that only skyrocketed the whole region and the whole area of Middle East to say, hey, if Enigma can do it, how many more teams can we get to that level? And it's just followed suit when you have, you know, LAN events there, when you have major investments into organizations. Like, it's the first time, at least publicly in terms of the Snapdragon Pro Series, we've had an interview with a coach of a team. With all due respect, and for whatever reason, I guarantee you most of the other teams in Europe and Africa wouldn't actually have coaches per se. So again, it's a big sign of what's being done, and that's why it makes me just that little bit more excited for these finals.
That's the thing, when you have no Conqueror backing you, you definitely have a little bit of extra resources, and those resources plus the 6 month of prep, that's going to help them out pretty significantly. We'll have to see, but of course we do have a quick little breather, quick little break before we head on over in game number 1 over on Erangel. We'll see you guys soon. Thanks so much for waiting, and we are slowly but surely getting ready for our first match of the day. As always, it's going to be the grass pastures, it's going to be Erangel on board. And man, talking about it, we just mentioned no Conqueror Iraq looking as one potentially very heavy contender. Why? I'm not sure. Okay, I'll join you over that one.
I was just waiting for you to.
I saw it. I was like, how long is he going to hold on to it? I'm not sure.
I know. I was committed, dude. I was committed.
But yeah, as we said, no other big orgs. Clear Vision, Skyrocket. We'll have to see how things are going to be potentially panning out for these teams. But first off, let's check out the schedule for the day to see exactly which battlegrounds we're going to be seeing these fights unfold onto. 3 Erangels, 1 Miramar, 1 Sanhok, as usual, Imperial.
It is overall standard stuff. Also, with the fact that it's 60% of the total games that are played in these finals are on Erangel. The dominating map that if you get under your belt, it can help massively to make your journey, your trip into the PMNC much easier. But again, we know how much of an impact Miramar and Sanhok can and will be in these finals. It's only 10 games. Every single one will count. We've seen over the past couple of regions that consistency is key. And if you're able to get consistency across 2 to 3 games in a row that automatically cover different maps, you're on the upswing, you're on the way into the PMNC.
I don't know if you agree with me, Imperium, but I have the impression that Sanhok's, the level of play we saw in Sanhok in both Africa and Europe, especially Europe, I feel like, was exceptionally high for some reason. And knowing that this is the old circle settings, this is not PMGC, like we did see, of course, some Elofs coming in. And despite rough circles, I feel like teams are very macro-focused, which I found very interesting. So this is a different region, it might be different, but I feel like Sanhok is like, you know, I've seen improvements from throughout the past years. Impressive.
I believe over the 2 regions we've seen a maximum of like 2 heal strats on you know, per each Sanhok game. In turn, you know, in the past like 6 months ago, 1 year ago, we'd have seen 4 to 5 heal strats arguably. So you're dead right. I'm really glad you brought that up. It means that the standard is rising. Teams understand that they can't rely on a heal strat, that they want to get a legitimate, nothing against it, but a legitimate win on board. And yeah, it's the way to go.
Yeah, exactly. It's super interesting to see how things have been moving up. We'll see, of course. But don't forget that this Snapdragon Pro Series also brought to us by our good friends over at DHL. I'm not going to bring up a new, me shipping something story because I've already brought up a few of those. But I wonder, what have you been shipping out recently, Pierre? And that's my question.
What an interesting
I put you on the
question.
spot there. I don't know. I'm asking you a serious question. Have you been...
I've been shipping out positive energy. That's it.
That's a good transition.
Positive
I'll take
vibes.
it.
Yep. Shipping out positive
And
vibes.
the thing is, with DHL, I know it's going to be quality too. Yeah.
Have you also found it interesting that, you know, they call it shipping, but I think the majority of you know, modern postage is like done through planes? Sure, they should change it to planing. You know,
No.
I'd like to plane my package to.
I don't have the brain cells to think about that right now, Imperium. I don't think I'll be able to come up with a good answer to that one.
It's fine. It's fine. I wouldn't expect you to.
And yet now you're making me think about it. I know. No.
Yeah.
This is not good. This is not okay. I must be thinking about PUBG Mobile, not different ways of shipping. And should we call it planing? I don't like this. This is not cool. I want to plane into the battlegrounds. That's what I want to do, though, Imperium. I'll tell you that much.
Exactly.
We'll see. Okay, let's just go to the map right now because you're going to look at my confused face this entire time otherwise. But yeah, game number 1 on the board. Erangel. It's going to be, as always, during the Snapdragon Pro Series. Intrigued to see how things are going to be working out. But I got to say, one thing that I've been a little bit impressed by in both Africa and Europe is that I said, no, maybe they didn't have that much time to prepare. You know, it's out of the 256 team initial qualification in-game. I didn't know there was going to be that much prep done, but we have seen very small amount of hot drops and cross-pathing rotations on the first game, on the first day. Which I got to say, props to the 2 previous regions. I do wonder, though, Imperium, if we're going to see that happening in the first day here, and especially in this first game for Middle East.
It's always a possibility, right? Where we've seen hot drops so far has been a little bit unorthodox. The only one really being Novo, at least in Erangel. And of course, you had that crazy last game, which we don't really want to talk about too much anymore.
What last game? No.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, it's always a possibility. I think there's a level of, once again, a level of respect and understanding across the board when you're getting to an evolved region, an evolved state of competition where teams know that for the most part, in the one, you play for the late game, and 2, coexisting in a bigger area is totally fine once you get your relevant loot and you play your own game. Yeah, there can be an element of mind play on board, which I'm not against, but for the most part, hot dropping isn't really going to be that positive result.
Northern Phase 1 Circle, though, definitely going to be working pretty decently with this playing path, so I have no issue with this whatsoever, so I enjoy this. I'm cool with that. Though I'm seeing a lot of teams in Georgeport, and we saw it, especially in Europe, right, Imperium, a lot of teams are very, happy to go in Georgeport if they have the opportunity to do so. Here seems like we're going to have 3 teams, seem like Ica, it's going to be Clear Vision, and above them is going to be, I'm going to have to get used to the team names, I will get
721.
721, yeah, the team tag is 721, and the team name is 721. That makes it very easy.
Full name is 721 Smart Esport.
Oh yes, smart.
As everybody should know, we're not smart, so we're not probably going to say that word because we're not smart.
Speak for you. Why you got to put me in the bag? I didn't ask for that. What? Are you calling me stupid right now, Imperium? Live on air.
No, I'm not calling you stupid. I'm just calling you not smart.
But that's
no.
But
don't put words into my mouth, young man.
Okay, you're getting me very perplexed today.
Totally
this is off to a weird start.
It's great.
Yeah, hopefully not. I would not live in your country, Imperium. I'll tell you that much. I will get the hell out of there. But
vote for me, and I will give you free anime.
I'm in.
Shut up and take my money.
You got me at free. You got even better when you mentioned anime. It was great. But I did see, unfortunately, come into this one. We got 14 team. That's a mouthful. 14 team have only 2 players in this first match, unfortunately.
Oh yeah. What? No. Oh yeah. 14 team. Sorry, I thought you meant 14. Oh my god, I'm an idiot.
But yeah, so they're down to 2 players apparently. So they did not spawn because no one else picked up the limbs, I believe. So yeah, well, going to be having a little bit of a cheeky look. Is going to be TC Gaming taking a look at Galata Tower in all its beauty. And while it's in the game, I'm hoping that we're going to have a Galata Tower circle finish, but I have yet to see it, which is very sad because it's a funny spot.
Interesting, because we had quite a Western playing path to make note of, and I was curious to see how many teams would opt to commit to a more Eastern drop spot, especially because, the playing path, it wasn't on the West, but it's not exactly, sorry, the Phase 1 circle, it's not exactly on the West, but it's not exactly on the East either. And it seems like a couple of teams have committed to their normal drop spots on the eastern side. Predominantly C Esports going to Novo. And they actually had 2 people go on on boats. And then 2 in a vehicle, which I really appreciate. Also, 77 Esport went to Milta. The one positive is that, bar clashing depending on rotation times, they're for the most part going to have a little bit of an easier access coming into the circle because they can utilize the freer area of the eastern side of the map, again, because that playing path was more predominantly on the west.
Exactly. I'm really hyped for what Pache can do, specifically because of their little bit of a split right now. And you got that river that's in play, Imperium, right? We always know the river in play based on whether the circle's going to go. It is going to be really, really impactful. So if you can be in a position where you can facilitate that rotation based on, a southern shift, a northern shift, or if it ends up shifting on the actual river itself, it is to be taken into account. So I think we are seeing Icurd going for box onto the eastern bridge of George Bowl.
Yeah,
that's a great position. I think I would have to say, even Imperium, that is the best position there, and Roshok, like the high ground of Roshok, 2 best positions. So Icurd, pulling off that move early. Got to say, that's a good plan in my head.
Brute Force on our screens right now, if you notice, they only have 3 players in Severny. They made a big brain move right off the bat. 1 player is looting up the building to the south of shooting range. It's on that massive hilltop. It's quite sprawling, but it's a great anchor point. It's kind of, okay, guys, you all go Severny, loot up Severny, grab a couple of vehicles, and meet me here. That's what I think they have in mind. It's automatically going to make their rotation a little bit quicker. It's automatically going to create just that little bit of extra positional control, and to me it's them understanding that, okay, we want to think a bit ahead, we want to take advantage especially of where this Phase 1 is, and there is most likely going to be a couple of teams looking to prioritize the north of the river location, because one thing that we need to consider is that there's a chunky enough amount of the northern side of the circle in that water play, so the north of the river does have the majority of the landmass.
Exactly. Like, the thing with Booth too is that where he is right now, You can easily loot up for one person there. It is not enough for 2 people. It is enough for 1. Do that 3-1 split, which you did mention, having 3 players just like scavenge everything available in Savernia, and then you can just regroup. If Booth still needs a little bit extra, they'll just pick it up for him. Right? So I think that overall, as you said, pointed out, I think it's a really good spot, good scouting information, facilitating rotations. That's good. Walid, though.
Come on, Icar. Come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on. Come on.
Oh, man, I'm a little... I'm clenching my fist right now. Yeah, he wasn't spotted, luckily enough. They are taking shots, though.
Come on! Shoot!
Wait. They are shooting, they are shooting. I just don't think we can hear the audio, Imperium.
Okay.
The audio's been cut on our side. No, we can't hear what's going on. But they are, in fact, taking shots. Oh, we can hear it now. That's cool. But they were indeed actively shooting. General, I think he might have lost the wheel on his buggy.
Halmond. Look at this from Halmond. That I do appreciate. If he gets onto the high ground, that's actually higher than where General is. That gives a great off angle for Icard.
Oh, still no audio again, but he is actively shooting once again. Hellman gave himself some decent spray. But as you said, I love this off angle. He's just really creating himself a little bit of a pin position, making sure that this player is going to stroll to just leave this area as a whole. And that's an amazing nade thrown over by Clover. And that's going to be one potentially to seal the deal. The thing is, you might not be aware, but if you're on that wall where Clover is, you can, in fact, just barely reach that spot. If you don't cook the nade too much, it will roll down. So yeah, it seemed like Clover knew exactly what he was working with. Great initial knockdown, and if you're on the other side of the team, I don't think that you go for that res. So General might just be the first casualty.
And double W7 are cutting their losses, and to right they should. Don't try and go for that revive. Don't try and go for any kind of re-engagement. Just cut the loss and move away. And they'll go to the southwest of shooting range. Phase 2 is about to pop up. Pache have a 3-1 split between northern hillside of Rozhok and the south riverside of north of the river, which is the best of both worlds, arguably. TC 77 are kind of close to each other outside the farm, and C is still looting up Nova. I didn't make note of the fact that Execution had also gone to military base on a side note. Didn't mention it because at the time I was talking about teams prioritizing the eastern side and how that can impact. But that north of the river shift on phase 2 is going to make it a lot more challenging, Max, for the teams that are down on that south side.
It makes it challenging a little bit for the teams on the south, but I think it's great that you get that out of the way on phase 2. On phase 2, you know you're not going to have that witch scramble on like phase 4, phase 5. Like, oh, do we have to go south? Do we have to go north? Do we have to gatekeep? Like, you don't have that question anymore. You know 100% it is now north. How are you going to rotate now? You've got that question right now. You still have a lot of space, so it shouldn't be really too much of a massive task for these teams to execute the rotation. So that's, I would say, the biggest issue of this game already out of the way. So really, really going to be great for these teams. Though I'm seeing Booth slowly but surely being surrounded by players of Icard. So as I suspected, he does have a car. Regroup. It is not worth the risk. Booth regroup, which he is doing right now.
But I'm kind of frustrated because at that point, they didn't know where phase 2 was going to go. I low-key find it frustrating that the rest of the team stayed in Savernia up until phase 2 shifted. However, yeah, Booth repositioning and with one of his teammates on a side note who had picked him up, they're going to go back to Saverny. The best compound for me inside this circle, there's a couple, but arguably it's that Saverny hillside and that warehouse. It gives such oversight towards Saverny. You're going to be able to catch out teams possibly rotating from the southwest, and you're not too deep in the center that you're stuck on the phase 3 shift.
Pretty much everything around shooting range, especially the southern western side and just straight south of shooting range, is a great position. It's a high ground spot. You're going to spot all the teams that are going to try and leave the riverbank. There's a lot of really advantageous positions to play around. So I'm really stoked seeing Iker can be playing. I think that you got also Conqueror Iraq in that. Yeah, Conqueror Iraq are also in that position. So 2 teams who already, especially Conqueror, we said is one of our big teams looking at here. 6 months of prep. Still, I still find it mental the team has got 6 months of prep to make it into Snapdragon Pro Series. Really shown that their end goal is surely PMPL.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's very much in the same category as I forget who it was exactly, the winners of the European region, right?
Dagestan?
When they said their goal is PMGC, right? You know, just skip right through. And that it's not 6 months to necessarily prepare for just one tournament. 6 months to prepare for the next year, right? It's 6 months to prepare for the next 6 months. It's a constant evolution, and it's great to see. And I'm sure they're not the only team to've been putting in that amount of work.
I mean, to prepare for next year, you got to qualify here. So they definitely put 6 months for this event right now. Because if you miss out on this, you miss out on all of 2023.
That's what I said for the. That's what I said for next 6 months, I suppose. You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
I mean, can't have too much prep, that's for sure. I'll tell you that much. We'll have to see though. TC, they're also going to be wrapping their way over to the eastern side of Severny, so they're just going to try and gain a little bit more free real estate. Which, you know, their spot, it's okay. I don't really have too much of an issue. I have one little issue with the compound, which is you're not getting too much scouting done south or west, but that's a very western circle. The water's taken out of play. That's great.
Yes.
But man, Conqueror Iraq has got a golden spot right now in Imperium. Like, they are given an amazing position.
Conqueror Iraq, Icard, and 7-2-1. Probably in the 3 best positions of the circle. Don't want to take away from the side of One Heart on the northwestern side, because it's a pretty high hill, and they should be able to shoot towards the likes of Conqueror Iraq on shooting range hill in that regard. Clear vision in a bit of a tricky spot because it's a little bit more open and variable around that southwestern side. And for the teams coming in from the east, although the shift moves away from the water, most of the strong points are going to be taken already.
Team Brute Force just trying to squeeze himself onto the ridge up north. They do send himself 2 players first. Brute Force love playing split. Like they don't like playing as a 4-man. I feel like that rotation, you put it off as a 4-man because you don't know what's on the other side. You don't know what's on the receiving end of that rotation. So sending it as a duo without a follow-up through Severny feels a little bit weird to me, especially because you got Skyrocket currently going to be crashing up in the northern edge. So going to potentially see a few fights rock
TC.
up very, very soon. TC though, sending Tess forward, not going to be able to get any information so far, apparently, on W7 Esports. He's just trying to go around, try and get that information, but
you could
currently
say
he's safe.
Could say he's testing W7.
You could say that.
Could say that.
But why?
But he's got to be careful because it's not just W7 that he needs to worry about. It's other teams around them, right? You've got Pache, you've got even 7-2-1, and arguably Skyrockets if they go a little bit further south. So Tess taking a little bit of a risk driving around like that.
Can we talk about how good of a team name Pache is? I don't know why, I just really like it.
Yeah, I agree. To me,
it's got some panache to it.
Best team name in the lobby. With all due respect, Pache is just, much like Meme Team, but yeah.
Meme Team's in another.
Or Vengadors.
Vengadors was good. No, I enjoyed it, though Marco is not enjoying the amount of bullets he's being sent over by Neo.
Okay.
That was a lot of shooting. That was weird. Like, that burst really asked for it. Okay, at least you get the knock onto Marco, okay? That's what he wanted. He got it. Not sure if he can actually secure it, though. Potentially going to be also stolen by another team, Skyrocket. As he said, very similar rotation to Brute Force, squeezing himself up on the northern coastal line. So far, they're going to be picking up, I believe, what might just be their first elimination. A little bit split, but you know what? It's working out great for Sky. Rocket got himself a nice 2D split, a lot of information, and can facilitate rotations across the road. So far, no biggie, but gotta be careful because Brute Force got a few players that got the Antho.
2 hard shifts in a row, both in separate directions. Very, very difficult for a number of teams. F35X, by the way, was one of those teams that were coming in late on the east. Not necessarily against them, but just, again, based off the circle shift. Whether or not they could have coordinated a rotation into a certain direction better, it remains to be seen in future games. But I don't hold it against them that they kind of got caught out and separated based on teams, like I mentioned, already having great positions. Some of those positions ripped away in this circle shift. Still fantastic for Conquer Iraq and Icard. They don't have to move a muscle.
I do have to say, I think CE Sports been a little bit lucky on this circle because
Oh, yeah,
they have
big
been
time.
rotating extremely late. They were on the midi island, right, if I'm not mistaken. So
They were on Novo.
yeah, exactly. They
landed
were Novo, so it was a bit risky. Though currently we're going to be seeing 14 team in a little bit of a precarious situation. What I mean by a little bit, in a very precarious situation right now. They're in a horrible position. They're just going to get naded up. And I got to say, really good angles we are seeing picked up by Execution. And I think Kevin's going to get one. He's going to get one fantastic nade eventually. But I think he's aiming for the shed right now. But they're not in the shed, in the ridge right nearby. And now it's going to be 4Boy just picking every single one of those up. And that's it. And I got to say, Execution now got himself a nice little clearance in their spot.
By the way, as much as that technically looked like a separation engagement, you know, a bit of a solo push, it wasn't. The nades and the pre-fire shots being dealt from above was a big factor in 4Boy being able to push in like that, and the damage had been done in that regard. So great play is 968. Trying to find a way in on the southwestern edge of the circle. There's 77X, iCard, all around them, as well as Brute Force. But Brute Force aren't really in the cleanest of spots, as even though they have a full squad up, they're all together, and that really takes away from the spread.
Although don't look on the round rankings on the right side. No, everyone is not alive. Okay, we've definitely suffered casualties.
That's an issue. That's a little bit of a.
It's fine. It's fine. I shall be get rectified hopefully, but we'll definitely got some players that did go down at some point. Clear Vision though had this massive split on the southern western side, and I think that they understand we don't want to stay low ground this entire game. We want to start gaining a little bit more terrain, a little bit more of a better anchor point in this circle, so we can get information and potentially push teams that are low ground, and they know they don't want to be the low ground team this entire match. So I do like what Clear Vision's been doing. Nice little bit of a split too. They've got to be careful though. There are going to be teams moving in, and they're going to be trying to go for the initial spray. Val gets some nice damage done, and is going to be followed up by Shroud actually from TC. So it seemed like a little bit of a KS to some extent, but Clear Vision still holding strong to the west as one player gets knocked.
Once again, it's pretty solid. Clear Vision have not prioritized to revive yet. They've looked to counter-engage to slow down the side of One Heart. You get that trade knock, you slow One Heart down. The separation, it's great from One Heart, but it's also a bit risky because they are singled out, and that takes makes it a little bit easier for Clear Vision to get that counter knock.
I love this play from Delo. He just leapfrogged all of Clear Vision, and now he's got just such a good position. He's basically gatekeeping Clear Vision from making it in this next circle shift on phase 5. Unfortunately, you can't say the same about one of his teammates, Artful, that got picked up on the way. Quick might be able to go for the res, but knowing Clear Vision after they got their teammate resed up, they want to make sure they go for the push. Look at that, full sending it onto Della. They are not given any room for mistakes here. They want to get full control on the west, and that's it. Della instantly knocked and flushed. Now only 2 players remaining. It's been a little bit of a leapfrog inception Imperium, but I feel like Clear Vision might just be the ones coming out on top, as that nade is looking like it might just get the damage they need.
Ooh,
a little bit wide.
Misses out.
Does miss
Domin's
out.
going to re-knock out, and yeah, 2 players left. I do like the fact that One Heart, their 2 solo players, tried to separate themselves because they know the risk of the nades that are in that area of the hillside.
The thing is, they sent 1 car forward. Do they know there's still another player? They're like, where did they go as 2? Is there still 1 left behind? I think that there's definitely some question marks in the mind of Clear Vision. Like, I would not heal there either, because I think there's a little bit of misinformation. They're going to be sending it forward. There you go, just making sure. Okay, no, he's just going to be moving around. But now they're going to be also spotted out by teams on the northern edge. It is not looking too comfortable for Clear Vision. They need to move ASAP. Or you can third-party the fight that's happening just northeast of you, Imperium. There's a lot of options. You need to see what Clear Vision's going to go for.
Shots come out at 7-2-1, pushing on towards the the crashed airplane, should I say, which is a great spot to hold on to by Conquer Iraq. But Conquer Iraq are going to come out on top. It's Reba fires up 4 eliminations already for Conquer Iraq.
Yeah, we said they had a good spot. Imperium. It was not going to be easy to move them out of it, and they instantly rezzed up. That means that even if Clear Vision had the intention of third-partying this fight, it's not going to work out because the timing's just a little bit too long for Clear Vision. Conqueror, though, great little ridge. Got to be careful. Don't allow teams to get too close. Otherwise, it will be Nade City. Shroud and Test from TC are just going to try their best to hold on to the northern edge, but the circle's moving in. Teams are getting pushed their way. This could be looking like a good opportunity for TC Gaming Imperium to get a few frags here and there.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
not
no.
going to be easy test. It seems like he loves the vehicle more than shooting. Like the two times
Salazar
that we've
2.0.
seen, the two times he's seen test, he's been driving in the vehicle. Come on, you gotta get out, you gotta shoot, you gotta do something.
But look at Conquer Iraq. The moment they get that information, boom, they actually push out of their dip a little bit and they just actively seek out those eliminations because they want to get full clearance. Don't allow teams to get too close to nade their location. That is the main issue with that Spice. If a guy gets too close, you're going to be in deep, deep trouble. Nice little shots coming on through onto one of the players.
Clear vision.
It was Clear Vision, pretty much assured, but Clear Vision once again controlling the western side. But you got to be careful, Clear Vision.
Yes.
Don't pick a fight with Conqueror. You need to eliminate C Esports first. Otherwise, that third party is going to be too much for them to deal with.
They got to know that Conquerac are not really going to disengage away from that dip, right? They're not really going to move out to the point of engaging on Clear Vision. You're 100% correct on Clear Vision needing to prioritize C Esports. It's on the same hill ridge side. It's just a little bit further away from them. They have already lost a player, so in C Esports' mind, they have the body advantage, and they need to push that. I also understand, though, that they might be cautious of the fact that there's W7 to the south of them. But if they send it towards Clear Vision, W7 will not be able to third party in my eyes.
We did see, though, one player of Clear Vision getting flushed out by C Esports, so that's going to be definitely hurting them. When it comes to numbers,
Oh, wow.
C Esports currently win that fight, but one nade could be one thing to change the fight. They're talking about nade. Savar is going to be taking his own fight versus Iker. That's a good one. Pushed him low. He has a nade in hand, so can't quite get the elimination confirmed onto Clover. But that one's good.
That's going to hit.
That's a bang. That's a perfect nade from Savar. And he's gonna follow it up once again. He spots out Riley. The nade's looking good once again. That's the second one. Savar's looking strong, but who shuts him down? I'm not too sure, Imperium, but oh, maybe it was the off angle that was happening there, but that's definitely some good nades from Savar. But W7 from the south now slowly but surely going to be beginning their ascent into this circle. The Blues inch pushing against them, so time is of the essence.
Couldn't quite get the hat-trick of nades before he went down. As far as I know, it was a side of 77 that got the knock onto the second last player of 9-6. Hey, Conquerac still have the northern side control as Phase 6 starts to close in. W7 off the back of taking down Icard should look to be able to focus on C Esports, while Clear Vision still haven't engaged on any team, and that could really hurt them from getting any kind of chicken dinner.
Faster trying to go a little bit more downhill so he can maybe get the rest on his teammate. I'm not too sure if that's going to be potentially working out, but Bennett, nice shot. Oh man, he's got himself some really great weaponry too. Tiger's just going to be spraying down the opposition, but Clear Vision slowly but surely got closer. I think they might just be close enough to throw a few cheeky nades in direction of Conqueror. As damage comes up, still have 6 teams in such a small circle. Imperium with very little coverage right now. This is a great first game to start off the day. The nades are still being traded back and forth.
I don't think Clear Vision have vehicles, and that's really hurting them, pushing up and crashing in on the Conqueror rack. Crazy got knocked by a lovely nade by the side of Clear Vision, but if they're not able to follow it up, it hurts Conqueror rack's ability to be pushed upon by Clear Vision. Never mind the fact that the revive came out, the circle shifted right on top of Clear Vision. The likes of 77 are going to have to move downhill, W7 are going to have to move downhill, while Seal is going to have to push towards Clear Vision.
This is it. This has to be Conqueror Iraq's game to lose. There's no way this one escapes, and they got such a great position. Clear Vision are getting absolutely wrecked. Down to just one player. And C Esports just want to pick up the pieces. Every single point they can get is going to be a massive potential increase and kickoff to the Snapdragon Pro Series for them. Only one player, D7, DM, going to be remaining. Smoke's going to come out. W7 still trying to eke their way forward. You've got multiple fights. You've got 2 fights happening between 2 separate teams outside the circle, and you have Conqueror literally just chilling, waiting to pick up the pieces.
C Esports should have pushed earlier onto Clear Vision, or W7, one or the other. That little bit of passive play, again, could kind of hurt them. The game's not over. No. 77, like I said, having to move downhill, get punished.
To touch on what you said, the fact that they're not taking fights and eliminating the entire squad, they're taking a risk that if they push Conqueror later on, they're going to get third-partied. That is the issue. You want to clear all of the other teams that are outside the circle before you go for this push if you want to aim for the win. But 14 eliminations appearing for Conqueror Iraq on the very first game. You know what? I'll tell you, those 6 months were definitely not for nothing. It's looking pretty promising.
Yeah, they had one of the best positions in the early parts of the game, but they've certainly done a lot with it off the back of other teams being quite passive. See, Esports still up as a full squad, though.
Yoons might just be a little bit of an issue. If they decide to push it and show their backs over to Yoons, that could be the potential downfall of C Esport, but it would maybe turn into a 4v4. Currently, it's a 4v4v1. The Circle still right on top of Conqueror Iraq. Get himself his last first stage. He's going to have to do something now.
Stand up.
Spots a player, but he's instantly shut down. They were aware a player was still in the wings. And now they secure himself a second place with 5 elims. As now they're just going to be snaking their way forward. But Conqueror to see if they spot them out. Great first shot here onto Olako. That's going to be opening up the hostilities. 4v3 currently. I believe they might just be out of nades. The blue zone's going to be the rest of the work. Olako is out of the game. 4v3 currently. Maybe looking for 19 elimination bomb on their first chicken dinner. Tiger going wide with the off angle on the buggy. He wants to squash them down, and he picks one up. That's Hoppid. Instantly getting picked up, and they're just pushing it up. They want every single elimination they can get, and that is going to be it right behind them. How can you stop Conqueror Iraq on the first match with a massive 19 elimination chicken dinner to kick it off?
6 eliminations for Tiger, 6 eliminations for Crazy, 5 eliminations from Reba, and 2 eliminations from Dika. There's a reason why they have 3 fraggers in their roster. They make it hell for the rest of the lobby. What a great way to close out the game. And Tiger swinging around, and they knew that C Esports were pinched. Like, that they were absolutely pinched. And the only target place for C Esports to go in the final moments was that crate drop. And Conqueror Rock knew that, and they played off that. Just so clean, so simple, but great execution.
Yeah, simple yet so effective in Pyramids, I think is the way to definitely explain it for them. But I do really like that City Sport was willing to clear all the other teams, right? Because you said it, if you want to have a chance for that chicken dinner, you cannot allow teams to potentially backstab you in that position. And they were like, Yoons spotted out by one of the players of City Sport. They knew there were other players still in the wings that were maybe going to cause their demise. So make sure you clear all the other teams, then maybe you have a chance. And then you have the buggy just coming in, and you're like, yeah, it's
definitely
pretty much GG, but still really good stuff coming out on this first match. Of course, don't forget that all the energy you just witnessed in this first game was brought to you by Monster Energy themselves, keeping everything on point for these players when they need it the most. But I'm sold. I'm broken record once again. Imperium. Africa was looking good. No, Europe was looking good. These top 2 teams played really, really well for a circle that's, I would say, not easy to play.
No, I'm going to... Okay, so sorry, not no, but I'm going to be a little bit of a Debbie Downer on this, right?
Okay.
I don't think teams were aggressive enough in areas that they should have been aggressive. When I look back on Africa and I look back on Europe, I see a situation where in a very similar circle, those teams from those regions, you would have had more engagements to control the circle. C Esports, yeah, they did a good job of getting second with a full squad up until that final fight. But again, when you're talking about kind of really taking control of the circle, really putting yourself in the best position to get a win, as well as picking up eliminations along the way, they should have pushed clear vision. Same the other way around. Not enough aggression helped make that look so much easier for Conquer Rack. I don't know if it's first game jitters. I don't know if it's a pattern. We'll see.
I'm still feel really impressed with what C-Sport were able to do, because don't forget, this was the longest rotation from them. They dropped Novo, made it right up there playing Edge, uphill the entire time. That is not an easy rotation, but still really good stuff for them to get a second place on the very first match. With that said, we're going to head on over to a very short break, and after that, we'll be back with some Miramar action for the Snapdragon Pro Series.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
They wanna buy me, baby, I'm too pricey.
Well, with that Conqueror, Akko able to not only conquer this first match, but also conquering the open moments, because we're going to see a lot of highlight reels coming out from them, Imperium. 19 eliminations on the very first game, plus the chicken dinner. It is hard to beat that. Starting off hot for them, and man, Tiger, he was just pouncing at their foes with Buggy, which I didn't expect to see on the first game, but he just rolled over the competition. Literally, he was looking good.
Yeah, talk about making a statement at the end of the day. Despite my point around how teams around them should have been more aggressive in terms of circle control. It was 100% Conquer Rock making a statement. They knew where to be, they knew how to position themselves in that dip, because that kind of dip can at times be very false reassurance. Right, teams will go there and they'll be like, Grant, we don't need to do anything, we don't need to, you know, move, we don't really need to be active. No, a big part of protecting that compound and protecting that area is taking a risk of stepping out, peeking up, shooting, stepping out, peeking up, shooting. That as a team, when you're in this kind of lobby, requires way more preparation. See what I did there? And way more teamwork than you think. And the fact that they only suffered one, I believe they only ever suffered 2 knocks across that lobby.
2 to 3, yeah.
Speaks for itself. So genuinely very, very impressive from Conquerac within themselves.
The thing was also, when we're going to look at the match rankings once again, just to like exactly express how many points have been taken home by them in this match. But the thing is that the way they played the game doesn't even sound like that far like out there. It's not a play that's like, oh, it's insane or anything. It's just they rotated earlier than other teams around them. They got in a really good position when it comes to scouting. When teams are getting close, they would actively seek out to eliminate that team to make sure no one could threaten their spot with nades. And then when they just have, they know they have the man advantage, they know where the enemy team is in the closing moments of the game, they're going to actively spread out to get 100% confirmation on that chicken dinner. It doesn't get as simple as that, but it gets so good. It is what you call a textbook play from Conquer Iraq on the first game.
It's the fundamentals personified, right? That's the fundamentals personified. Still a solid game for CE Esports in second place. I know it's half the points of Conquer Iraq, but I think we've kind of, for the moment, gone on enough about them. 17 points for CE Esports. Execution gone a little bit understated. Max 10 eliminations in that game. They deserve their props for that. 77 Esports with 13 and Clear Vision with 10. So the top 5 with double digits. I do think it was a pretty good start to the finals. Do have a little bit of sympathy for the teams, because a couple of those circles were very hard shifting. I know that's kind of normal in PUBG Mobile, but I certainly felt for how they shifted. I believe it was phase 3 and phase 4 were both very difficult to navigate around.
I would say about 2/3 of the lobby were literally fighting an uphill battle, right? Because the circle ended up on top of the mountain, south of shooting range. You're going to have to take those fights uphill. One of the few teams that was able to make that work out was CE Sport, and I already mentioned it before the break. They went for the rotation from Novo, wide wrap into the western side, and just held the edge the entire time, just clearing team after team after team. Sure, as you said, Imperium, maybe they could have done a little bit better when they were taking that fight versus, I believe it was Clear Vision. Maybe a little bit more presence on that fight would have just unlocked a lot more potential in the late game. But still, they just, step by step, playing the edge of the circle, which is playing it as passive as possible until you have to commit to a fight. So yeah, I think that in this first game alone, we saw a lot of versatility, a lot of different things to make each one of these teams stand out and make them different from one another, which I enjoy. And I'm sold, that's why I said that I feel like this region's already looking like strong compared to what we saw for Africa and Europe, is because I feel like we've seen already Conquer Iraq being good on like almost all fronts, and then other teams showing, I think, true potential. Like we saw Clear Vision with that really good split onto the western side. Execution, that big fracking power. CE Esport playing edge on the south a lot of the time. I know I'm going on a little bit on the rant right now almost, but I feel like they've set up expectations for these next matches in the very first match, which doesn't happen very often.
No, that's true. A big blueprint set for Conquer Iraq, without a shadow of a doubt, and it gives us a sign of what is possible when you mention the other teams that you justifiably put out there. I'm looking down at the bottom of the standings. I think Pache and Brute Force could have done a little bit more, because early in the game they seem to have half decent positions. Sometimes a rotation isn't going to go your way, other times it will, so don't give it up. I think Brute Force being the typical, kind of example of really missing out on good potential. They dropped in Severny. I was quick to highlight the plus of Booth being further away as an anchor point. They didn't really do that, and then they committed to Severny in phase 2, which is, disengaging away from Severny. We know on that kind of circle is extremely difficult. Doesn't matter how bad a arch is, it's extremely difficult.
I love dropping Severny Imperium, and I can tell you, as a three-man,
there, yes.
Dropping there, I find it was really fun. I think it's just a great spot overall if you know how to play it properly. The thing is, you must try and set yourself up for success when it comes to rotations, because very rarely, if you're Severny main team, you're gonna have circles end near Severny, which happened here. Like, was really close.
Yeah.
You should be so much faster, in my opinion, to rotate and like send yourself to where Booth was. And the fact today, as you said, sent Booth back up to Severny, and I did find that a little bit weird, a little bit outlandish for my taste. So if I were them, regroup to a Booth spot.
You know what's worse?
What?
They sent one player to pick up Booth.
Exactly. I have so many questions after that one. You'll have to see, but of course, checking out, of course, predictions, Imperium. I am told right now we've got some predictions we're potentially going to have to do. Of course, if you do want to join the prediction game, you can do it in the Twitch chat. Of course, also on social media over with the hashtag Snapdragon Pro Series. But, after this first game, I think it's good to say Conquer Iraq is looking as a promising team. Are they, now heading into a Miramar more specifically, are there any teams out of what we saw in this first game you would potentially have as your Miramar team to win?
As usual, my door is wide open and my eyes are wide open to all the teams stepping up to the plate in Miramar. Conquer Iraq back in... Oh, did you just put your eyes really close to the
eyes
camera?
open,
Okay.
Then cool. You add the Vine Boom effect. This perfect.
Thank you for providing an I eyes being
You didn't need to make it a whole thing, but yeah, sure.
Well, dude, you kind of surprised me, not gonna lie. I know that in the past, other iterations of a Conqueror Iraq side have been strong on Miramar. 6 months test should mean that they'll probably be strong on Miramar as well, which speaks for itself. All the other teams, they've set the blueprint. Now match the blueprint or rewrite it and give us even more to talk about.
Do you write a blueprint? I think a blueprint was a drawing. I'm not sure. Okay, definitely not engineering here. Definitely didn't major in engineering.
Don't you mean architect?
Engineering too. You use blueprints for a lot of stuff in Imperium, I can tell you. Okay, if I had to give my own personal prediction for that game, it would be C Esports. Once again, down to their macro. Novo drop, going up to the northern western side, not an easy rotation of winning all the teams the way they did.
You said they got lucky though.
They got lucky. I mean, in the sense that teams are not really gatekeeping the south as much.
Yeah.
In that sense, if that's what I was referring to when I said lucky.
Okay. Well, that's why I kind of touched upon it in terms of, was that all you meant by it in terms of nobody was really gatekeeping the south?
Exactly. The thing is that if the circle would have been a little bit more south, and if the team was still playing, I think box more specifically, that would have been the big issue. That would have been the money maker for the team playing against them. But yeah, I think that we saw some interesting macro, and especially surviving that uphill battle Imperium as a 4-man for as long as they did. Very, very impressive. So when it comes to Miramar, a very macro, even more macro-based map, I think CE Sport could be the one to maybe snatch the win and, already close that significant gap between first and second place. So, well, they need to back it up now with good results.
Yeah. And also, they did a decent job of avoiding other teams that were rotating from that military island area, right? So if they can do that in the blue in a calm way of a wrangle, there's no doubt that they can do similar in Miramar, where avoiding teams on rotations in the first 2 to 3 circles can prove to be a big reason why you win a game. So yeah, I'm glad you highlight CE Esports. The playing path on this game too is not too bad, diagonal from the southeast over to the northwest, a bit more north than some teams I'm sure would like, so it's going to be a little bit more challenging to get to the Chumacera area, or if you want to go kind of south of Los Leones. Right now, One Heart are in Puerto Priso. Sorry, not in Puerto Priso, down in the south mainland, and you have CE Sports in Puerto Priso. So first team to drop technically means CE Sports Max should be one of the first teams to start rotating.
Could be. That's the cool thing I like about CE Sport. They drop in Novo, they drop in Puerto Paraiso, they drop in spots where the circle very rarely goes to, because they want to put the game in hard mode. They don't want to, Snapdragon Pro Series, too easy. Conquer Iraq, who even the hell is that? 6 months off prep? We don't care. No, just going to make it a little bit harder on ourselves because we want to truly deserve to go in PMPL if they make it that far. But no,
hot drop?
I see a little bit of Picardo, a little bit of, I mean, hot drop. Don't think you want a hot drop at one play. Whoa! Kevin, that was way too cool for the start of the game. You can't do that. You can't drop like drum shots from a roof into a window. What?
That was like something out of a movie.
I'd watch that movie.
Steven Spielberg called this Kevin guy up.
Just call the movie Kevin. I'm sure that will bring.
Oh my god.
Wow, sick.
Now you need to do the voice. One man.
Oh. One man against them all. His name, Kevin. In theater, July 3rd.
Yeah, that's actually pretty good. Pretty good.
Well, we should get John for that, to be honest. We should have John stand by and just request stuff. He's a really good trailer voice.
I'll tell you what, I reckon he could definitely join Cameo.
You know those
like
that YouTube series called Honest Trailers, and it's like trailer for movies and trailer. I'm sure John would be good on that too.
He would be good on that. By the way, once again, 14T, I think only came into this game as a two-person team, if I'm not mistaken. Either that or they've lost. Yeah, it was only
one of the players in
a
Picardo.
two-person team. Yeah. Because, yeah. And then 77 picked up an elimination onto TC, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on, but it's definitely not helping. I think it's fair to say.
I'm not maybe really the logic comment on it, but yeah.
Maybe the logic is like, you know what? If we only come in as 2 and win all the time, but even when we die, we only give 2 points away. So, checkmate, nerds. I don't know. I'm just really big copium right now.
I appreciate the attempt of that logic, but yeah, down in Nifty. Phase 1, by the way, we haven't really talked too much about it. Is pretty great, to be honest.
So phase 1.
But it's like quite central in the map. Barely touching the water. So many areas of the map to lock down. Like so many, to the point that arguably you don't really need to, rotate super early, right? It just depends on what area of the map you drop to, what is more comfortable for you and your team to reposition to, right? If you're doing preparation work, most teams will have a set number of areas of the map that they want to kind of go to, depending on the playing path, phase 1, etc., etc. So yeah, if you want to go south side, you can kind of stay around the Chumacera, Los Leones Hills. If you want to go north side, you have the Picado Hills. East side, you have La Bandita and the hills around their area. Yeah, the world is their oyster, essentially.
I do have to say, I really enjoy the distribution of where teams have dropped here. Like, did have, of course, a little bit of a drop that was happening in Picado. You had a TC losing himself 1 player to 77. Like, that, sure, a little bit of an issue. But other than that, I got to say, the drops that I've been choosing and like the overall team distribution over the entirety of Miramar, it's on point. It's what I would expect from, like, a PMPL, even PMGC, because, like, no team is really going to have an issue. From the very word go, you're in a good position. Your rotation seems like it could be set. We'll have to see, of course, how things unfold. But the drops itself are, like, seem definitely rehearsed, prepared, and, like, especially things like those 6 months of prep. I'm going to keep bringing it up because I find it very impressive. From Conquer Iraq is definitely going to help this, settle very quickly when it comes to these Miramar and just overall matches.
Even the spreads around the splits as well, right? ICARD, having individual players around different parts of Chumacera, right? Comfortable that they have the city all to themselves. One hard, dropping early, but then starting to rotate early, so that they're already directly west of Los Leones and close to 721 in terms of, beside them. That kind of recognition is great. Clear vision on a 2-2 split between Graveyard and North Hillside and Minas. Yeah, so you're bang on about the clean drops and the clean spread and the splits around that make it even sweeter in terms of the beginning of the game.
So we can see one player of execution right now. Boy, which they already all left Picardo, by the way. That was their main drop location. It is pretty center. I do like the fact that they left it because Picardo can sometimes be a little bit tricky to leave it. It's a big city. You don't know what's really too much around it. If you just go where execution are, it's a little bit more flatter terrain, a little bit harder to be scouted and spotted by other teams, and especially sniped at with like DMRs or snipers. So I gotta say, I do appreciate what execution are doing instead of just staying stale as a in that position. I do gotta say, I do like what execution are trying to achieve. We'll see if it works. If the circle goes back to Picardo, then tough luck, go back there. But as right now, it's not hurting them and it's not helping them. It's just trying to avoid potential issues later on.
And I even appreciate the execution rotated early from Picardo as well. You know, it can be a little bit false security to stay in there when it's so close to the center of the circle, but if you leave it too late, you're going to be surrounded by teams on the hill to either side of you. Picardo is oftentimes can be a valley of the damned for teams. But yeah, good start as TC shoot up towards W7 as far as I know.
I think I lost one of his wheels there, so he has to unfortunately jump on just that one little compound city. Yeah, of course, he's got him to in hand, so if he gets a nice little sick headshot, that can create quite a good opportunity for him. But knowing that TC already lost a player really early on in this game, I would not advise going for the push. If General gets away with it, he just gets away with it. Just, it's not worth taking the fight any further. Already being down as 3 Imperium, their odds of a chicken dinner cut down by a pretty big margin, so I would not go for that fight any further. But here you go, pickups happened.
It's interesting that TC rotated in this direction. Do you think it was a little bit, I don't want to say like pre-planned, but a little bit reactionary in terms of knowing that W7 dropping Le Cabrera area and recognizing that, okay, well, we're down a player, so rotating early in the game might be a bit risky. Let's see if we can kind of gatekeep W7 on the edge of the circle and pick up an elimination or two.
I think that was the case because you're not taking a lot of risk. You're on a high ground position, you're scouting information.
Yeah.
If they come by and you can pick up an elimination here or there, like they almost got one on General there. Like if they get that, that's great.
Exactly.
You're for a very small amount of risk, you get one free elimination. You're hurting one of the teams that are going to be entering the circle in a similar position from you, which is the north. I think the risk is minimal. So sure, it doesn't work out, but I think the idea behind it is definitely something to be reckoned with. So yeah, I agree with your point. I think that was what was intended, and sure it didn't work out, but good idea. I like it. Good stuff.
Exactly. Phase 2 went quite heavily down southeast. Los Leones is very heavily played, to say the least. You have the hills to the north that Conquerac are going to stay in. They barely actually moved across the first 10 minutes. Not in a bad way, by the way, because remember I said Phase 1 had so many areas that you can kind of lock down that there's no rush for the most part to rotate in. And luckily for them, the circle has headed in their direction for the time being. See Esports down on the southeast of Los Leones. Well, One Heart, continuing a trend of being in a little bit of early action across the first 2 games so far, found themselves executed.
It seems like execution a little bit in a tough spot right now with those shots coming in. No, that's what allowed them to get in that spot in the first place. Execution is the fact that they left Picardo really early. They've just been on the road, constantly moving, trying to find themselves some good spots. So if I got to say, this compound definitely a good option to hold on to, but unfortunately did lose one player in the process. I believe that was picked up by 721, if I'm not mistaken. So a little bit unfortunate, but you know what? Three, you still have a chance to make something somewhat work out. As quick car explosion, and he's going to be instantly knocked on down because of that. I think his team's on the move to try and go for the res, so he should be okay, but unfortunate that happened.
One Heart do need to be cautious. There's a number of teams around them. Not only Execution, although Execution not directly in a position to re-engage, but you have F-35X on the high ground, the edge of Los Leones. Great position to be in, by the way. Even iCard to the southwest of them, and Skyrockets as well. So a number of positions that One Heart need to be aware of. If they can get the revive onto quick, that would be very important for them to sustain a position coming into phase 3. Still a couple of teams in the blue as well, Max. Most notably Brute Force. They dropped in El Pozo, so they're already kind of like not too far away from the first circle, but definitely much further away from phase 2. They have TC in front of them, but for the time being, they're not looking too bad.
Oh, there you go. General got picked up eventually. Not by the team we thought it would be, but it's going to be another squad than TC. And that's it. He's going to be done for the count. Circle about to shift though. Interestingly so, we'll see how things are going to be working out, but I love this position coming out from C. It's such a good little entry point into Los Leones if you want to play it. It's really good. They're going to have to leave it, unfortunately so, but when you drop Puerto Paraiso, I think it is always the best spot to go there. So once again, good macro decision from C Esports, in my opinion. Are they slowly becoming my favorite team? That's a little bit early to say, but I've got to say I do enjoy and appreciate what they do on a macro sense of things. It seems very, it seems very natural to them. It's just like, okay, we're in this position, that spot's good, let's scout it. If it's available, boom, move. Easy peasy.
I would like to have seen them have sent one player a little bit further, let's say north of Los Leones on the hillside, to prepare for a potential of a phase 3 shift up the north. And I say that not only because we have had the circle shift up the northwest, but when you're contained around the edges of Los Leones, you don't really see much of what is kind of on the opposite end of the city. And C Esports in this shift is quite blind. Luckily, they take shots towards, I think it was 968, but they send them away. That does create a little bit of an easier opening to go into the southeastern edge of the circle, north of the Los Leones hillside. But yeah, I like how you're pointing out the many positives of C Esports gameplay so far in this game.
I do also appreciate in the circle 77 going to be sending themselves a little bit more central on this next circle shift, so they're going to be instantly trying to find a good spot to call home for the foreseeable future. Outskirts of Los Leones are still playable, but I think it's safe to say, Imperium, that it is not going to be a good long-term option. At least, one good thing, Imperium, I think we can both agree with, no teams are still inside Los Leones. All the teams that are in Los Leones are on the outskirts, which is going to make the next rotation so much easier in the eventuality, and I think it will become, at some point, that the circle moves away from it. So that alone, big heads up, I think the teams are doing great, but F35, get one player flushed and one knocked. Not looking too good on the west of Los Leones.
They were pushing in onto One Heart, and I believe it was actually 77 to third party, and to eventually take them down. I do want to give credit to F35, but they should have pushed on this engagement in phase 2 instead of phase 3. So timing is always important, and they made a mistake on the timing.
Hurts them a little bit there. I mean, a lot. A little bit. They're dead. Yeah, it's quite a bit. But yeah, 77 once again on the ball when it comes to spotting out those players. Mini 14, I think there's an SLR. Also, yeah, the SLR in the hands of Yoons. They're going to try and get themselves some sneak shots. And man, already 4 eliminations to their name, looking pretty good. A few little one-taps through the smokes, trying to hope they can connect. I don't think much will come out of it, but yeah, One Heart trying their best to hold on as the current 2-man they are in that position, but they are slowly but surely regrouping. And Quick was able to get rezzed up since earlier. We did see Imperium, so they're still up as 4-man. They are regrouping, waiting for the next circle. And it goes dead center.
Wow.
And you know that central position, Imperium, is like a bowl almost. That central position, unplayable. This is an edge play for sure.
7-2-1. They're allowing W7, although W7 already were in vehicles, so arguably you don't hold it against 7-2-1. But that hillside to W7? The east of them would be absolutely fantastic to go to. W7 seem to want to go into the center of the bowl / crash 77.
I was going to say, like, the bowl is not playable. You have to crash 77. There's no doubt in my mind. I don't think they're going to be stopping anywhere anytime soon.
Oh, they're turning around.
Back down. Yeah, I think they're going to go to the high ground north, potentially, or for this position. Ooh, this is rough. There's many reasons why I don't like this position. Because one, if you got a team north of you, they're going to spot you through this open gap.
Yeah,
and
it's not good.
Yeah, and your cars, especially Imperium, they're visible. If a team sees that, they're just going to pop the wheels. How are you going to rotate on the next circle? Answer, you don't. You just die.
Now, to be fair to them, they didn't know that 77 had a player knocked. But if it looks like you're going for engagement, a crash, and you turn around, that shows to me that you're a little bit of a weaker team in the way you want to approach a game, and you're a little bit hesitant. If you're going to commit, just fully commit. Like I said that about F-35, I complimented the fact that they pushed. I just pointed out that it was the wrong time to do it. I think W7 looked much worse at that point because they turned around and they've got themselves, even though they're still alive, they got themselves in a really, really tough position to deal with across the board.
100%. The thing that they instantly saw, there was a team there and instantly backtracked. They didn't commit to it. I think is good.
Yeah.
It's just, I don't think their spot they have now is any better, really, for the long term. But we'll see how things are going to be working out. Booth spotted out and instantly going to be, I believe, potentially flushed. Yeah, Clear Vision Faith is going to be the one to confirm that elimination onto Booth. So that's going to be a little bit of a issue coming out from Brute Force. They got a massive split on the northwestern side to Imperium, so I'm not sure what their next plan of action is actually going to be, especially because they're normally going to have to cross the road north too before they make it to the hilltop, so it's going to be a tough game for Brute Force overall, but Shea making it in. Ikerd also slowly but surely entering the outskirts here of Los Leones. And currently got himself a decent spot, but the thing is, we all know Imperium, they're going to have to cross that road, so Ikerd better prepare because this is not going to be an easy game for them.
Lovely shots from Execution towards the members of 721 as they try to breach up that hill. I believe that has now been taken over by Pache, at least as a duo for the time being. 14 team get eliminated and Disengagement is starting to play out. Lovely nades from 721.
Great nades. The thing is, these two teams are currently in dips. Almost gets the knock, but I think that second one might... Oh, no, a little bit too far. Doesn't quite get the knock, but eventually, there you go. That's... For the amount of nades they used in that throw, I was hoping they would get at least those two knocks. But here we go now. It's time to pull the trigger. It's going to be 721 Smart Esports looking for every single one of those potential points, and that is going to be it for Shea. Instantly down to just a single player. Their odds of a chicken dinner have just slimmed down significantly, and it's only going to be Hunter remaining as he's trying to just survive.
The circle has shifted up toward the northeast. Absolutely fantastic for 777. Also very healthy for Clear Vision. Arguably, Conquer Rock having Reba inside the circle, I believe, on a little bit of a compound play, will create the anchor point. Great macro reaction, though, from Esports. Incredible on that eastern edge.
I was about to say, instantly when I saw the circle, I was going to say, just play the split onto the eastern edge and you're grand. It's a good little foothold. They'll look absolutely amazing in that position. We'll see Clear Vision on an absolute tear this game. Still alive as a four-man. And that's the thing. That's the aggressiveness. That's something that we did see on that previous match on the Wrangle. They didn't have the cars to make it happen, but now they do. They have, like, what, 4 cars? They have a supercar too. They have to flex on me because I still don't have a bloody supercar, and it's been like 2 years. Pretty angry still. But
it's fine.
They're looking good in the process.
You have a supercar in real life. You don't need the supercar again.
I mean, I use, like, the bus and trains, so... I mean, I guess they're super cool. No. Supercars?
No, they're not, dude.
No, but big copium right now. Like, a train is a kind of supercar, you know? It's like super fast.
That's like the biggest of copiums, not gonna lie.
Hey, at least I have my driver's license, you know, so...
Exactly.
But I don't have a car.
Whatever. Execution coming in on the western side, being pushed back by W7 Max. Lovely shot from Malik. Gets 1 knock, I believe, is second as well on the Vendom. As far as I know, Execution down to just a solo.
Yeah, I like it. Malik has been on multiple fronts here, trying to make sure they can clear the western side. And W7, they eliminate Execution. That's it for them. 11th place, 5 eliminations. Still not a bad game, but not as aggressive as we saw in game number 1. 7-7 Imperium. I'm seeing them slowly but surely trying to descend into the abyss and trying to escape the outskirts of Los Leones, but it's not going to be an easy one. 71 Smart also going to be making their ascent slowly on the high ground, but that's it. Neo Z goes for the spray down. Oh, whoa, loses that fight. He's going to be able to pick himself up, but in that position, not going to be rezzed. And Malik still holding onto the ridge. They have the cars, they can rotate, but the blue zone right now is going to be knocking on their door, so time is going to be of the essence for them.
very difficult because how the circle shifted, it really kind of went more centralized towards the Soup Bowl area of this land, and what that does is it creates a lot of third-party potential while 721 Smart tried to hold on.
Oh, Nate City right now. It's going to be Clear Vision picking up the 2 initially, and now they're going to get the last one. But be careful, third parties happening, Clear Vision.
Yeah.
A little bit too far. They should be able to get the rest. They've still got like 45 seconds of like chill time, but they're getting pushed up right now by W7. I think they are. W7, what the control. I love this.
Realize that.
Yeah, I'm loving this. This is a really good play. The nade comes out.
That's great. Yeah.
A little bit. Oh, I think he actually got it. Yes, it does. That's going to be D7DM knocked down once again. Oliver, Embark, and Foth are going to have to leave that position, aim for the northern edge of the circle. But what a push from W7 Imperium, really taking full control of the West.
Yeah, great play by W7. Fantastic opportunity off the back of that recognized engagement coming out from Clear Vision. Arguably just as good, though, from Clear Vision. The nade from Fahar really helped push back. Fahar really helped push back W7 and create just a tiny bit of time to turn around and get back into cover. In the meantime, the Ham has been able to get revived up. So for the moment, Clear Vision back up to full squad.
Intrigued to see what's going to be the next move for W7. Do you chase down Clear Vision? Do you go for the fight onto 77? I would say those are the two main and only options they currently have, so we'll have to see. See Esport though, oh, going down in the ridge. Oh, sorry, in the ditch, should I say. Oh, that's a tough spot to be in Imperium because I think you have, what, 2-3 teams that can see them in that position. Question is, how long can they hold?
It's not going to be easy at all. Conquer Iraq have CE Sports in front of them, and they've One Heart a little bit more in front of them. So two teams that get past, and CE Sports have proven themselves to macro their way into the late stages of the first two games. But can they micro their way into a chicken dinner?
At least he only has one nade and one molly, so there's a chance they can survive it, but he's just going to be helping out. Look at that. He's the unofficial sniper of CE Sport right now. Imperium, he's just helping out the squad. Get himself that little... Oh, that molly actually connected onto Navi. What? Oh, that's really surprising. I guess they just didn't see it. And Dika just... himself Embark, like, almost instantly. Great execution. Oliver does get himself done. That elimination with the Mini 14. Circle closing up. The teams are slowly but surely getting pushed into the circle. While CE Sport get Navi back up on his 2 feet, the 3-man squad is still alive, but it does seem like we're going to be having a sneaky third party happening here. It's going to be Conquer Iraq willing to take control of the South.
This circle is third party crazy at the end of the day. CE Sports know that Conquer Iraq are behind them. They know that a couple of nades, a couple of mollies could really hurt them if it rolls down the hill, but they're also cautious of the fact that there's a number of teams in the north, and that third party is potentially, if they send it too deep towards Conquer Iraq in their own right, having to stay prone down and lowball those nades towards C.
Oh, the nade a little bit too short, but CE Sport, they know they need to push it up, and they get it done. Revenge for game number 1 has been dealt. Conquer Iraq out in 5th with four eliminations. The Clear Vision still going to be sneaking their way up north. I think that I saw just 10 eliminations ready to their names, if I'm not mistaken. That is a massive, massive game 2 from Clear Vision. How long can he survive? I'm not too sure. 7-7. The next team that's going to have to move, they're going to have to push their way right into the open loving arms of One Heart. How is that fight going to work out?
Well, One Heart do not have an easy job, Max. They know that they are going to have to stop coexisting with CE Sports and push a little bit closer over yonder of the hillside and spot out that engagement. Hearing the shots that CE Sports lay down on the Conquer Iraq has given that information over. The solo player from Clear Vision, by the way, Dam, is doing a lot of work to slow down CE Sports, right? Just enough that CE Sports know they can't push in that confident way.
I love these little angles that CE Sport have. Is just making sure that this game does not escape their grasp. Have to see it.
There
nice
you go.
spray down. Halako gets it. This high ground position is absolutely awesome. You're just getting the perfect third party on this fight unfolding between these two squads of One Heart and 77. Great execution. Brown's going to be the first one to get knocked. Halako, how do you deal with this guy? Answer is you don't. You just die. Artful is going to be the next one picked up quick. It's going to be the last survivor of the team. Who's going to be picking up second place? It's looking like it is going to be 77 to pick it up as One Heart get eliminated in 3rd. Still an amazing game from them, but It is now time to try and move off Holako. If Holako is left alive, Imperium, it is almost impossible to take this game away. And 77 have the information. They know he's up there. That should be their main goal.
The Rise and Bush play from Navi, trying to keep Esports in for the win. Taka only gets knocked. That is the play from Esports.
Look at that, they're pushing for the fight, but still Holako, you just cannot escape it. This guy is an absolute point. And Esport Imperium, no chicken dinner game one. They were way too close, but here, they're making sure it does not escape from them. They secure the second chicken dinner of the day.
I'm so relieved with this game one, because the worry, this game two, the worry I had for game one around the kind of passive play, the uncertainty, the pushing area from a couple of teams, yeah, it left me hesitant in this game too, but we saw such a clear difference in control, in aggression from a number of teams this game. And the chicken dinner winner, Esports, they amplified that massively. The second they cleared Conquerac, for example, they pushed back down the hill to make sure that they weren't third party. The second then Holako cleared the last player, clear vision, they pushed onto the remaining teams. They knew where they were, they knew who was around them, they knew what was around them, and they knew how to play that late game. They followed fantastic macro with even more fantastic micro.
As always, as we said, Imperium, it's just step-by-step. Shop in Puerto Paraiso, rotate to the eastern side of Los Lunas, get the information. You've seen the circle. You're one of the only teams over to the eastern edge because of your initial drop. Just stick to the eastern side. I think they were just a little bit unfortunate at one point because the circle just barely pushed them over that ridge, so they were forced down in that ditch.
Yes.
Remember that happened? They're like, this is a tough spot, maybe not a chicken dinner-worthy position. And you have Conqueror right behind you too, so they're like, okay, let's just focus Conqueror. If we can clear that team, then we can just play around our smokes a lot easier and just potentially win the game. And then, as you said, Holako playing that high ground position, something of absolute beauty. Yeah, man, I'm impressed. Conqueror Iraq had great plays in the first one, but I did say the macro was looking strong for Esport, and it proved in game number 2. I'm impressed, Imperium, but you know what? There's a lot of stuff that we want to potentially break down on this game, but we'll do that right after this very, very short break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
They wanna buy me, baby, I'm too pricey.
I have to say, Imperium, these are absolute bangers we've been having so far in the first 2 matches. Great stuff. Conqueror Act to secure the first game, but game number 2 will be taken home on Miramar by C Esports. Now the question stands, can they keep it up with more better results? It seemed like that might be the case, but the questions has yet to be answered. So we'll see. But man, and you were saying during that breaking period that like this is looking like some top tier level stuff we've been witnessing from the teams in this match.
It's no disrespect to obviously the rest of the regions we've had so far, but one of the things that popped into my head during the break is this is kind of like the first game where it felt like PMPL level lobby. You know, not so much in terms of... It's hard to put that into words other than just kind of make that statement. I know they're not PMPL level teams, or not all of them are, but the maturity around some of the decisions, the reactions to the circle shifts, and the endgame control from a number of teams, attempted control from a number of teams, it just felt really clean. And it felt really enjoyable to watch as well as cast at the same time. Yeah, just hard to put into words, but it was a near perfect game to watch for me. Yeah, just a fantastic game.
I feel if you replace the team names and player names by like, I don't know, some other big international names out there, I literally wouldn't be surprised. Like, yeah, I'd see that. No, exceptionally strong team do that exact rotation because it is just that good of a rotation. I would really not be surprised. Let's check out the match rankings though to see exactly how many points were scored by some of our teams and how many points were taken by C Esports. We said Imperium before this game. We said it. That's already a pretty big gap between first and second place. Well, no more. Because 29 points, that is definitely going to be reducing it a significant amount. Or increasing it, because they have overtaken, I believe, the top team in first place.
They probably will have, because even though Conqueror did get a decent game, by the way, 10 points is nothing to shy about. C Esports got 19 points more. Actually, I believe Conqueror might still be in first off the back of the
19 first
game 2 games. I might be, just because of the 10 points they got. 29 for the Esports is incredibly impressive. One hard, once again, kind of, you know, putting something on the board, and 18 points is quite impressive. Great balance, clear vision as well. Third in the first game, arguably could have been, you know, top 2. I believe it was third, fourth or third. But either way, another 18 points in this game is fantastic. It was just a really good game. Just a really good game, and yeah. I'm just happy.
I'm not sure who's going to be in first place. We can check out the overall rankings to actually know who's going to be on the top of the leaderboards right now. And it is going to be C Esports, 46 to 44. It's looking grand. Seems like the competition is on between those two teams for the extra 4K increase from second to first. But right below, 77 Esports looking pretty consistent. Clear Vision Esports, as you also said, looking pretty consistent so far. And Execution, maybe a little bit too aggressive, but you know what? It's working decent-ish enough right now where you're still in that race for top 3.
I'm glad you point out, even though we're only 2 games in, the stark difference in execution between placing points and elimination points, because it's a bit of a trend they'll want to correct. On the other end, 77 Esports, arguably in the same position, right? Only 7 eliminations to 22 placements. As this final goes on and teams become more familiar coming into tomorrow off the back of Doom VOD review, other teams will be more confident in understanding and controlling circles. And if 77 don't start to pick up the aggression and pick up the attempt of control and rely solely on placement points that it looks like at the moment, we could see them instantly drop out of the top 3. So I'm worried about 77 Esports a little bit.
Hopefully that will not get to that point. We'll hope to see a little bit more from them, but I want to see more from Brute Force, sorry, should I say. I think there was some true promise in that first game when it comes to their drop and how they were playing around Booth in particular, and I think they just fumbled the bag eventually, and then they just kind of fell out of their grasp. I want to see Brute Force play well around those drops and how they go for those stretches, how they play around their scouting and regrouping. I think Brute Force showed good positions. I want to see better IGLing around those decisions, right? I want to see execution being done to actually go for the long term, go for those games potentially. So yeah, I think Brute Force is a team that has potential there, but I have yet to see the spark that's going to ignite that potential into true absolute beauty of a firework.
Definitely. It's actually a surprisingly strong analogy that you made. Of kind of like, you know, some teams have the gunpowder or they have the spark, but they don't have the gunpowder and the spark together to light up a firework of a
It's a way
game.
better one. I should have said that.
Yeah. No, but hey, look, you laid the foundation. I cleaned it up. Team effort, my friend. Team effort. I did also get, on a side note, clarification, because we were wondering during the break how to pronounce one of the players from Clear Vision. It's pronounced Dahoum. Apparently. Our resident legend Sandstorm himself, who is casting the Arabic language, shout out to you, my friend. He cleared up for me and told me how it's pronounced. Dahoum.
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 I like that.
That sounds actually really kick-ass.
I want to scream that name when I'm, you know, when he's going for 1v4 or something. I think that would.
I'm glad you said 1v4 because my mind instantly went.
Nah, come
way
on, man,
different
come on,
direction.
nah.
I mean,
That's just you. That's just you, Imperium.
That is just me.
I want to cast his name when he does a good fight. Okay, is that better? You happier now?
Yes,
okay,
for
no
sure.
problem. Though next match is going to be back to Erangel. Of course, as you saw, Conquer Iraq securing themselves the first one. Second place did go over to see Esports in that match. Intrigued to still see if that's going to be potentially repeating itself, but I think that one thing stands clear, for me at least, and I think that you're potentially in agreement, is that what we saw in Game 1 on Erangel, what we saw in Match 2 on Miramar, the drops are more than solid. Not only the drops themselves, and you mentioned it on that Miramar game, there's a little bit of a split we see on those drops, like because you've got players, you know, stretching out, spreading their wings a little bit more to get more loot and more information. I gotta say that Miramar did show me that even the early game is truly like just maneuvered in a really, really efficient way by most of the teams in the lobby. So I'm sold. I think that this is once again kind of setting the expectations very early on that this region is here to play.
Yeah, I'm even more excited about the third game because I wasn't, you know, hiding the fact that I was a little bit kind of not disappointed, but the first game was a little bit lackluster outside of Conquer Iraq. But game 2 was way more what I was looking for coming into the tournament. I expect similar from game 3. The way the circle shifted in that second game really wasn't as harsh as they were in game 1, and it also added the level of quality that we saw in the EU games of adding a bit of intensity when it kind of shifted away from nearly all teams and kind of forced them to, in the same time frame, move or attempt to move into the edge of the circle. I think it was phase 5 that you said that this is all edge of circle play that's going to be required from the teams, and yeah, it made that late game just so much more intense.
Exactly. The main issue was because you had so many positions outside of Los Lunas that were still available, like those buildings. I think C had one of the buildings. I think there was maybe also 77 at one point. Like there was a lot of that terrain and made it just so hard to just survive inside the circle that you just had to play edge as much as you could. So except if you were one team, I think it was W7 that just like were just sweeping the entire West, which on that side, W7 also a team that is willing to go for those game making plays to make sure like we know we're not going to make it in circle. This is a really bad spot. We just got to gun and just clear this position, and if we just gain all that position or that space, maybe a chicken dinner is going to happen, plus a lot of eliminations will just, you know, get funneled our way through that strat. So W7 I think has also shown like promised that they are willing to make those big plays when the time is right.
And I think that's what Clear Vision did on the northern side, right?
Also, yeah.
And when the circle kind of shifted quite heavily down south, it was that little bit of, oh well, you know, it's going to become harder for us to enter into the circle confidently. Let's switch up our play style to be a bit more aggressive and punish teams coming in late, and that's what they did to a number of teams.
Exactly. Well, with that said, of course, if you do want to join in the prediction game, you can join us over on twitch.tv, and you can put your predictions over there in the chat right now. If they open a poll, I think they might have done a poll. You can join that prediction. What is your prediction? If you're in the Twitch chat right now, Imperium, what would you type in the chat as your prediction?
It would be
Keck W.
Keck W, Poggers, and
Poggers is dead.
Lull.
Omega Lol, yeah, Poggers is dead. That was a snake. That's good.
Okay, it's still called Poggers, right?
Yes. The expression lives on.
No, you know what it would be? It would be, oh my god, what's his name?
Bob Ross.
Bob Ross.
Okay, I knew exactly where you were going there.
Bob Ross.
Could also do that. But which, most importantly, not the emoji you're going to put in the chat. Which team are you going to potentially predict for this game?
Okay, that's a different story.
That's what I was going for
really
initially.
I really want there to be a team called Bob Ross Esports. I swear to God, it'd be so amazing.
That's when happy little mistakes can't happen, though. So I probably wouldn't be on brand.
Exactly.
You can't do that.
I'm kind of gonna go left field and echo a little bit about a team that you pointed out in good potential. Brute Force. Why not?
Okay. I'm going to go.
Kind of why not?
Yeah,
Why not?
I mean, Brute Force, I think, is in a very why not situation. Once again, we want to see if that spark can ignite that potential that they showed in that first match. I want to see W7 get himself a good game right here. I think especially what we saw in that last match, sweeping onto the western side was very, very impressive indeed. Can they do it to the extent where they get a chicken dinner off the back of that? That's a very big question. We'll have to see. But of course, looking at the top 3 performers of the previous match, see Esports still looking extremely, extremely impressive. And Holako, don't give this guy a high ground, otherwise you're done. You're dead. Don't do that.
With a player like Navi in their team, are we really surprised that they're doing pretty good?
He's born to win.
Just saying. Exactly, born to win. As well as Holako just being a fantastic name for an IGN. It's so good to say while casting. 77 being pretty impressive in that previous game and 1 hard. Yeah, looking quite good across the board. Repeat performance of some level is always beneficial, right? When teams are playing in these kind of tournaments and you're able to sustain a little bit of consistency, it allows you as a player to breathe easier, continue to focus, and, you know, feed off the momentum, right? It's confidence personified, even if they're not chicken dinners. Getting 18, 10, 7, 20, it's just like, because you know going into next game that, yeah, we're going to get something out of this, and it can be very much a snowball effect.
Exactly. Well, snowball effect. You're making me even sad now that there's still no Vikendi in the competitive rotation.
Maybe it will be reborn.
I wish.
At some point.
I want to. There's a train on it too, man. It would be so cool. I want. Makes me angry. I want to see.
Do you like trains?
Yes, very much so.
You were meant to say.
I like trains. Trains were my entire persona when I was like 10.
Really?
It was my Thomas the Tank Engine and everything. I had it all. I had it all. It was my whole.
It all makes sense.
It was my shtick. Well, we'll see. Those playing path is going to be from the northwestern side of Novo all over to northern George Paul / Zaki. So a few teams dropping like Saverni, Esnaya, Pollyanna. Can be a little bit of a stretch if you want to make it over there. Other than that, this should be a-okay for teams to deal with. But yeah, still, I want my train on the Vikendi.
Great playing path in this third game. The best we've had so far. Once again, kind of like, you know, a little bit more biased towards the western side, but we saw game one's playing path a little bit more healthy towards the northern side. So it's great to see this duality come across and see what the teams that maybe would like to prefer to land on the western side do with this playing path. Phase 1, unfortunately, is similar to game 1, so it takes away the balance of the playing path. Will Brute Force learn from their mistakes? Will they put themselves as a team in a much cleaner position coming into the later stages of this Phase 1?
I'm just looking at the drops right now, seeing if there's anything that's changed from the previous match. I don't really think so. But this is a circle once again. Brute Force.
Yeah.
I want to see just that rotation, but just good. I reverted to caveman speech. I want to see rotation good. Good rotation, please. And I'll be happy.
Good rotation equals good game equal maximum happy. Ooga booga.
I wouldn't have gone that far. Pretty much. Yeah. Just like taking stuff, but like making it worse, you know. I feel.
Well, to kind of like defend you / us a little bit, that's kind of what a lot of the previous game was. In terms of, it was very simple methodical kind of fundamentals that T's executed, and we saw really clean, mature gameplay. So yeah, it is as simple sometimes as rotate cleaner, get into good position. Because the game is not easy. It's complicated. There's many factors. There's a lot of RNG, but the more you allow yourself as a team to use those elements as an excuse, the less you're allowing yourself as a team to take accountability, learn, and get better. Right? Because you could 9 times out of 10 say, well, we didn't get circle look. Well, the circle shifted away from us, etc., etc. Yeah, they're a factor that can happen to any team at any point in any game. But the best teams will always have either a plan B, a plan C, or simply won't allow that to become an excuse and adjust to the situation and get the best possible result out of it, even if it's not a win. So you're right to say things in a simple way sometimes, because that's all we like to see sometimes.
That went.
I know
really,
I went on a bit of a tangent there, sorry, but yeah.
Way deeper than I thought it was initially gonna go.
I know. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Look,
I feel like you'd be good in like philosophy class or something. Like,
the philosophy of PUBG Mobile
Exactly.
by Imperium.
by Imperium.
Oh my god, I actually wouldn't say no, but no,
I would say no.
nobody
I would say
buy
no.
it, but
I don't want.
yeah, I
Please.
wouldn't say no, but everybody else would.
Exactly. No, please stop it. This is hell. Oh, no. So far, we are seeing the exact same rotation from Brute Force on the northern side, shooting range / Severny split. Got to be a little bit careful in Southern George Bowl. We've got a little bit of action that could be unfolding as Embark
This is different.
spotted out some plays from iCurd. One knock did come through, but I believe the flush will be impossible to pick up for clear vision.
This is why why I'm happy to continue to compliment Clear Vision on an evolution between game 1 and game 2, and why I'm relieved as well, because I'd highlighted the passiveness from Clear Vision in game 1, and I kind of asked the open question: was it jitters or was it a pattern? In game 2, they were much more aggressive. In this game 3, a clear increase in aggression. We didn't see this kind of push onto iCard. And in game 1, it's not like iCard rotated super late away from South George Christ. They rotated actually quite quickly. So for the Clear Vision to push this as aggressively as they have, even if it hasn't resulted in elimination, shows Clear's Vision intent to control these games as much as possible. The one question I have to you, Max, is do you think it's advisable for them to continue this engagement, or should they back off?
No. That's it.
I agree.
No.
I agree.
I absolutely despise early game fights if they don't help you in any way. So, Booth, what the?
Yeah.
What?
Huh?
Okay. What? I it's not just me that saw that. You saw that too, right? I didn't hallucinate.
Yeah.
Booth double nading himself. Okay.
I don't know if there might be,
He just doesn't like his
trying
team.
not to create. No.
Stays
like,
away from them.
it's a genuine possibility in terms of, drama within the team that you don't like to see, but it could be the case where there's a level of frustration after 2 games already. Yeah, it's not nice to talk about, but it is a viable reason for that happening.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to talk about team drama. That's none of our business. But
you're dead right.
Pache is going to have one player just. No, the pin has been pulled back. The molly's going to be used trying to slow down the assault. But he forgot about the staircase. It's a sneaky low angle right there. Gonna just try and. Whoa, what was that play? He was just trying to do a 360 molly. Not sure. Pache loses himself a player. Okay, this is a weird start of the game.
It
now,
is.
I was okay with it, and now I'm not. Stop this, please. Go back to normal.
Well, are we seeing a little bit of evolution from a couple of teams, right? Similar phase 1 that we saw in the first game. Pache, I don't know why they sent a player to Watertown on the side note. Why didn't you send a player across the water to the north of the river? That's a change, but not a good change. And F-35, I didn't see them rotate to Watertown in Phase 1. So yeah, it's an evolution that we're seeing. Some resulting in good, some resulting in bad.
Well, we have time also. I'm gonna continue my point about the fight clear vision. We're trying to take this as I-curve
Yeah,
in Southern George.
Go for it.
I hate early game fights when they don't make sense. The only time I'll allow early game fights is if something makes sense when it comes to the storylines of the rankings, right? If like you're in 4th place and any top 3 are going to qualify, and in 3rd or 2nd place you have the team that you want to overtake, you know that you want to eliminate them, then you can hot drop it and they make sense. But right now, if you take that fight and you lose even just one player, your chicken dinner's... odds are your chicken dinner's not coming your way. So yeah, I'm not a fan of early fights. I've never been, I never will be, unless the storyline makes sense. So yeah, clear vision, I believe, clear vision still have 4 players alive. The fight didn't really break out, so good on them, but still, don't do it. It's not cool.
Compliments to Execution Max on a very strong early rotation. They were in military base, and look at where they are at the end of Phase 1, start of Phase 2. They've bunny hopped TC, they bunny hopped Skyrockets, they bunny hopped 77, Conquer Iraq, Pache, 721 Smart Esports. It is an incredible rotation from Execution.
It is, and they get access to, I think, the warehouse position, which in this circle, I would have to say, is clearly the best position by far, Imperium, by far. It is such a good spot. Me and Kalaris, every time we see a circle, there's like, whoever goes warehouse, instant win. That's how good the position actually is in this match.
When I play public games, it's like, and I always go there when the circle is in around Severny. Always.
It's just automatically like a magnet. You're just attracted to the spot. Just like, pretty much, I want to go somewhere else, but it's just so good of a spot. Like, yeah, right, I'm just gonna go there. Especially you can play the roof. You can play. I think some players can like jump on the roof, so it's just even better. Yes. The warehouse, we'll see. But 14 team on the way. It's a long way, but with that buggy, I don't think you're gonna make it out, Terminal. Ugh. You got so many angles. Yeah, there you go. I knew it wasn't gonna work out. Sure.
I'm just glad they joined the lobby with more than 2 players this game.
Oh yeah. Oh well,
they
not now.
Lost one of them. No, they joined the lobby. They just...
There's equilibrium in the force. There cannot be more than 2 players from 14 team. Impossible.
The forces are too much.
No.
The game the lobby cannot handle you with 3 players. We must delete one immediately.
Oh, and took it upon himself. Like I could like get back, go back, you treacherous devil. That's a weird segment now we have.
Yeah. Well, I heard. I don't know if it was a domino effect with clear vision engaging initially onto iCurd, but iCurd did go to Cube Compound eventually. It seemed to be in around the same time frame, so I'm unlikely to say it's a domino effect, but that did punish the side of 14T a little bit, and great to see iCurd to finding continued success from the Cube Compound outside of South George crates, and Phase 2 incorporating quite a chunky amount of water once again, probably a bit more than the first game. What, a good 35% of this Phase 2 is water?
I would say potentially like 35-40%, but yeah, pretty much like a third, you could say, almost like is going to be outside in the blue, outside in the ocean, should I say? But I'm really enjoying the rotation we saw from, I think it was One Heart onto the western side, going for the wide rotate. They moved around George Port area. Really strong. I don't have an issue with that whatsoever. I love that spot. And 14 Team Esport have been punished for having 3 players. So there you go. Sent straight back to the lobby, it seems. They're going to be eliminated in last place with 0 eliminations. So definitely 14 Team is not the start you would want in a Snapdragon Pro Series, but a chance for the redemption still exists somewhere out there in the ether.
A big shift on Phase 3 indeed.
Oh no.
Yeah, a little bit of south of the river, potentially going to be towards the end. once again, Conquer Rock seem to get themselves in the perfect positions in these games. That compound by the river is fantastic. Skyrockets could also have a great position on the tadpole edge of the river, play its high ground, and it overlooks where the likes of Conquer Rock are, and it gives a variable rotation on phase 4, while Icard are full sending onto, I believe it's a garage compound, and a hill across the way, I think.
Yeah, it's the gas station, I'm pretty sure, north of what, Pache. So gas station is going to be the play, and also going to have apparently a lot of a split in the showroom. They want that. They really want the car. Give me the keys! I'd say the same, but I wouldn't get the keys. Who would trust me with them? Unfortunately, no one. Kalaros wouldn't even let me in his car. You doing that? Nothing happened there. But Frag spots out a few players here. Not going to be working too good, and they get the first initial knock onto Gully. Going straight towards Pache now. So unfortunate rotation for 77, and that is going to be it for them. 77 Esports instantly picked up and sent back to the lobby. Yeah, uneducated rotation, Imperium. They had no info. They just tried to go and find a position, but all of the positions are currently taken in the circle. So late rotations are not the name of the game.
No, not the name of the game at all, indeed. Although, if you're on the very, very, you know, kind of northern edge of the circle and committed to that on phase 2, a later rotation could work out. There's always a path that can work in the favor of team when they're aware of the surroundings and aware of the potential consequences of that. For Clear Vision, coming onto this high ground, this is going to be an exciting engagement with C Esports. Now, C Esports have the compound behind one of the players, but that compound can be false, you know, positive. It can be kind of false security. The high ground in this kind of area is generally always more beneficial.
I really don't think Clear Vision have to hold on to this side. Like, you can keep rotating north a little bit for right when you're west of F35. I do not think this fight against C Esports is needed in any way, shape, or form. So if I'm Clear Vision, I would just dodge C Esports as much as I can.
I don't know. I kind of disagree, because we're the end of phase 3. Maybe wait until phase 4 shifts.
Yeah, also.
But I think we're kind of at that point where, you know, engaging sooner rather than later stops you from getting potentially third party. That's where my thought lies, at least.
The reason why I said a little bit further north next to F35X squad is because you would have just a little bit more information coming your way. Right now, it's very one-dimensional. You only got the fight on C Esports. The circle moves away, and look, the circle moves away. You technically don't have to fight C Esports right now, but I think they're a little bit too involved maybe at this point. I think it's going to be hard for them to extract themselves. So we'll see how that's going to work out, but I think the fight's going to break out.
Entering the circle on this shift is not going to be easy, so taking this fight and winning it kind of guarantees you a number of points in which, you know, there's less of a need to rely on the placement point. So I think they should take this fight.
I can also, I can understand that. I can respect that.
Yeah.
We'll see which kind of decision they're going to go for. The thing is, the longer this fight takes, the lesser chance they're going to have to get into the circle. Then your strat, I think, comes more and more into play, Imperium, where they can be thinking, well, now we definitely don't have a spot in the circle. Let's just take the fight, get the elims if we can, and at least we can just come out with this game with a few points, even if we can't make it in the circle. So, intrigued to see what's going to be happening for Clear Vision. We did see also Holako. We didn't talk about that, but Holako went a little bit too far south on that split, and he got spotted out by Pache. So, that was one easy elim for them. Now, seems playing in, and I gotta praise them the way you did, Imperium, but we are looking at execution in a really strong position in the middle of the field with some decent little angles and little buildings, not buildings, but like rocks, cars, and shed, I believe, to play with. It's looking strong for them. Ooh.
Now, Clear Vision are going to look to push on towards C Esports. Was it maybe a little bit late with the Blue Zone of Phase 4 closing
last second.
in, arguably, last second. But one confirmed elimination is better than nothing, in my eyes, at least, if they had a look to rotate into the circle as soon as Phase 4 popped up. Like so One Heart coming in from the north, trying to go for a variable rotation, and this is what I'm worried about with Clear Vision of 721S. Hulk gets a knock on to Driver. Oliver, should I say.
This is my main issue with this, is that the longer they waited in that fight was to see they're not going to get the information. They're not going to know where they're going next, and here they just full send it downhill.
Yeah.
It hurts significantly. Information in a circle like this is the name of the game, and unfortunately, they're not playing the same game as a lot of the other teams in this circle right now. That's going to be it for one of the players. He's going to be confirmed. Oliver should be the next to follow suit. And Pache, that have been, in a really good spot this entire game, are now going to be forced out of their safety position. So Pache is the team I'm looking at. What is going to be their next move, if not to maybe crash onto iCurd?
Yeah, we both had the same kind of underlying end principle, just two different, separate viewpoints. That going in blind was not the right, thing that Clear Vision wanted to do, or going in panicky on that rotation was not what they wanted to do, and it seems to be the case, and I hope they learn from that in future games. 13 teams are left, 42 players alive, brute force. I'm 3 games in, 2 games where they've had a great initial potential position and they've squandered it arguably. They will be able to get the revive onto their one of 2 remaining players left, and yeah, they're just going to hold on to that one building on the coastline of the circle.
Well, this Imperium is going to be all about where the circle's going to go. Which is going to be the next circle shift? It's going to be in the field, open area. And this is it. It's looking great once more with this circle for execution. You got that great little position. You can see that one speck of dust on the circle, which is going to be just that little tower where iCurd, I believe they still have cars in really good working condition. If they crash that spot, that could be a game-winning play from iCurd. I want to see them on the move initially, regroup, and send it to that spot. iCurd can be the one to claim this third chicken dinner today.
They can indeed, as a knock comes through from F35X. One thing that F35X have been so far in this game has been pretty aggressive. They've taken a lot of shots towards teams, certainly taking advantage of teams in a panicky position. Their spread is quite viable, a 3-1 split in this kind of circle. It's not the most comfortable with how open, but it's still great.
Still amazing indeed. There's going to be one heart still on the move, trying to get as much information over to the east. Potentially one of the teams furthest away from the circle right now. Pache. Oh, the full send is there, but Helmet on a sneaky little position on that wall top, gets the info. Nice spray down. Foil him so far for iCurd. And they did, in fact, flex over to that position I mentioned earlier in the circle. So this is where Clover currently is playing with his teammate. I'm absolutely adoring what is happening for iCurd. And if the circle keeps coming in their favor, I do truly believe, Imperium, this is going to be an iCurd chicken dinner. It is going to be so hard to deny it from them if it keeps coming their way.
2-2 split is integral. You don't really want to have the full squad further into the circle where the 2 are, at least not at this stage of the game, maximum of 3 in my eyes. You want to have the Overwatch even if it is outside the circle on phase 6, but it seems like they are committing the whole squad to that area, so I think it takes away a tiny bit of control, but maybe the damage is done as Esports do go down eventually. Finally, a poor game in their side with only 1 point allows the other teams around them to catch up in the overall standings.
There you go, Marco is going to be initiating things here versus 721, but it's not going to go much further, unfortunately, as the thing's going to be at a little bit of a halt. Storm, though, does survive the first initial encounter. He's going to smoke his way up. 5 of him, still not a bad game for them whatsoever, but not sure they can go any further. And I just realized, is aimbot and hackshot, wait a second. It just struck me, Imperium. We know these guys. I don't know.
I don't know if it is.
Is it them or
I don't think
not?
it is. I don't think it is, man.
If it is, that's sick. I'm just saying. Now you guys, how's it going? 1 heart, that's it though. We knew their rotation on the east was going to be a hard one to pull off. They were just so far away from the circle. So many teams already in good spots. It was not going to be an easy task at hand. Circle centers up once again, and iCurd are still in the circle, Imperium, in such a good position. The only way I would say to beat them is to crash eventually, and I would say that one team that could do that could be Conqueror. But third parties, that's going to be the big issue. Third parties are going to be of the essence.
The thing that's really helping iCurd is that there's a cluster of teams on the eastern side. And they've done a great job of clearing the team on the north and the west.
They went for this massive split. And as you said, like the moment they cleared northern teams and western teams, that's why that keeping extra players for a little bit longer in the gas station was so strong. They get extra info, spraying down teams on the western side, and they can allow themselves to go for this massive 2-2 split. I think it might be a little bit too overzealous because I think that that's going to allow teams to crash it. That's potentially an issue. We'll have to see. And talking about a crash, we're going to see that happening right now on the minimap. It's going to be TC going for the engage, pick himself the first initial knockdown onto Helmend. And that is it. That's the issue with the 2-2 split Imperium. You're going to allow teams an opportunity to go for the breach and create their own anchor point off there. Great execution from TC. They had a chance and they struck at goal.
It was absolutely fantastic from TC, but they're not out of the woods just yet. They have iCard in front of Barrage and Nades heading their direction. Still the remainder of F-35X in front of them, trying to fight their way into the edge of the circle. The smokes are going crazy as TC tried to maintain control.
W7 though entering on the eastern side. My team that I predicted to potentially get this chicken dinner. They've been looking so good when it comes to late game plays in the previous match. See what their game plan's going to be this time around. F-35X squad next one to fall. 5 teams still up and running about, but only one will get the chicken dinner on this Erangel game. And Clover's got himself the Orm too.
Oh,
Can really create a great position. Right on top of the smoke on that crate. It is such a deadly spot. It's so hard to spot too.
That's ballsy,
I
though.
think you got the information on the play of TC. But that is, as you said, ballsy is definitely the word. And Clover's there, gets the initial spray down with the M4. Greatly done. The circle's about to shift. Where's it going to be? I'm going to say it's all about the circle. It's all about the circle. It has to be.
It is all about the circle, but the thing is, iCar aren't really punishing Conqueror. Luckily for them, W7 are doing exactly what iCar need to do, and Conqueror are being brutalized as they lose one player.
Exactly. W7 needs to clear all of the eastern side if they want to have just a living chance to make it further in the game. But Tiger, he's putting himself up. Great opening nade onto Riley. This is such just a predictable position. You know exactly where the players are going to be standing around this type of formation. Go for the flush. That one's confirmed. Greatly done, Clover, a little bit further up. Now they got this anchor point. Now they got this position under control, making this next push potentially so much easier for Conqueror. But no, he peeks
Clover!
up and instantly punished by Clover. That's too much of a peek, and he's instantly going to get punished for it.
It's going to be a 2-leaf clover for iCard as 2 players remain. I am forced to ask, was that a simple Riley mistake of not watching his back? He had the cover of the tower. He could have easily spot out Conqueror being aware of a potential team to the west of them, to the east of them.
I'm just surprised he peaked when you didn't have 100% info on where the players were. You're peeking for very little gain. Tiger instantly naded up by Waleed. And W7 still, sure, losing general a little bit early in the game, but 3-man strong, a 3-man powerhouse in this game. It's now frag from iCurd. I think this game potentially slipping away out of their grasp as Conqueror spotted out, eliminated, 4th place, 4 eliminations. Still a strong result once again from them. But now we're going to see potentially another team rise to the top of the rankings after this match. W7, iCurd, and TC Gaming, all aiming for that one chicken dinner.
3v2v2. I think it's anybody's game as we have a classic 3-way dance. Phase 7 did go towards iCurd. This is going to be an easier said than done for them to come out on top. W7, they might not know that they have the body advantage. They're certainly going to be cautious as they enter in from the east.
Yeah, 3-way standoff, but it seemed like Hero wants to unlock the situation, push himself over to that extra crate. That's going to be great. Can get some extra elevation. Prone down, can get that third-person perspective info. Nice spray down though. Malik is there, clearing it once again. iCurd losing an extra player. We'll see if Clover's going to be the lucky 4-leaf Clover in this match, as he's desperately going to need it. Even if he just wants a 2nd place, can he outlive TC Gaming that still have 2 players up? Is going to be Kayan Test. Well, Leeds knocked too. The res is there, maybe giving a slight chance to TC Gaming to reposition.
I still think this is W7's game. Suppose they have to come down off the high ground, and that does expose their body a little bit more. And with separated players either side, it could be the case, but Hero is going to be the hero of the day.
Great. The angles are so good. Shot him right underneath the car. That's why you pop the wheels, ladies and gentlemen, to make sure that does not happen to you. I think he spotted Clover there. Yes, he did, in fact, get the info. That's the 2nd place minimum, but they want the chicken dinner. They want to go the entire way. Gaia's going to be the one to get pushed upon for TC Gaming, and that is game. W7 secured himself the 3rd chicken dinner of the day.
just cleanly executed. It was close across a number of teams. I don't think that W7 were the most standout team in the game, but shades of what we've seen so far in the first 2 games. It was foundationally clean. It was calm, cool, collected. You can't really argue with the performance, and in that end game, controlling from the east, punishing players around them, it took confidence and they exonerated that wonderfully.
Wait a second. Did I just get 2 chicken dinner predictions correct in a row?
Are we counting?
I'm counting that. It doesn't happen very often.
Now I'm
counting. It really never happens in Pyramid that I get 2 chicken dinner predictions correct. Nonetheless, in a row, by the way. So I'm just like,
look.
I didn't want to bring it up, but I bring it up.
As someone, no. Here's the thing. As someone that got back-to-back predictions correct in the PMPL Americas, I can respect that. So well done, Max. Due rights to you, my friend.
Thank you. I appreciate that, bro.
No problem.
W7, what a great control they've been having this game. Just these splits in general have been looking absolutely fantastic. You know what also is fantastic? Our main partner here, the Snapdragon Elite Gaming processor, is going to be here to power your mobile devices if you want to enter PUBG Mobile Esports or any mobile esports for the matter. Snapdragon Elite Gaming is here to assist you along the way. But man, yeah, as I said, W7, those splits at the end, making sure that this game was not going to escape from them. So, it's so simple, but we've been seeing it so much today. I love it. It's absolutely awesome.
Definitely. And that game from iCard, great high ground split, utilizing the garage, the gas station, should I say, and then utilizing the hard cover that tower provided. I think there was a couple of slight mistakes from iCard, but other than that, you know, in terms of them doing what they could to control their end result, it was a very well executed performance.
Great executed performance. We have 3 fantastic games, but we still have 2 more remaining. We still have more to give for you guys here joining us on the Snapdragon Pro Series. So we'll be back after this break for the first Sanhok of the first and last Sanhok of the day. So yeah, a Sanhok game is coming up. Be there.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
They wanna buy me, baby, I'm too pricey.
gotta get it. I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get.
Wrap over to the eastern side, the full control and decimation of teams around them, and especially the split at the very end to make sure this game was not going to escape from them whatsoever. Thing of beauty, and I gotta say, every single one of the finishes we've had so far today have been so impressive by the winning team. I'm sold. I'm telling you once again, Middle East is looking like a powerhouse team with true potential to make it to PMPL.
Every game, it's cliche to say, but every single game, things are heating up in terms of the teams, the amount of teams that are showing their potential, that are evolving, that are learning from mistakes in such a short period of time, right? Because you gotta think it's not easy. It's genuinely not easy to kind of evolve in a progressive way from kind of like one game to another, because depending on when you go out, whether you last the whole game or for whatever reason or you don't, you still have a little amount of time, 6-7 minutes, and you might be in the lobby for 5 of those minutes, and you can't VC while you're in the lobby. So you're kind of like, you know, for that kind of performance to continue to evolve from a number of teams, it just shows a standard across the board. And yeah, great job from a number of teams, and I'm excited to see how they continue to evolve in Game 4. It's going to be on Sanhok, so it's going to be very different variables, but the fundamentals, when you improve, you can improve.
Very good point.
Sorry, when you can improve, it doesn't matter what map it's on. That's my point.
Okay, I was like, so when you improve, you improve.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what improving
I
means.
realized that sounded kind of shit. Sorry.
That's fine. Let's check out the match rankings, see exactly how many points were scored by all of our participating squads in this previous match. And W7 Esports securing a massive W with 9 eliminations and those 15 placement points from the chicken dinner, rounding up to a total of 24 on the game. Looking really, really impressive, but I could. Still, despite the fact that Shoy could have been their chicken dinner, I think that teams really, and I mean really, played well when it came to abusing that position. They were going for a little bit of a wider split in the open terrain. I think that was spotted out by a few of the teams, and like, this is our one opportunity. If we crash in those cars, not only do we get maybe an elimination 1 or 2 along the way, we also crash in their car and like create a makeshift compound with our car crashes. So it works like, you get double output out of that one player alone. So I think there was just great execution from some of the teams. I believe, I'm not sure exactly which team it was. I think it might have been 721 Smart Esport, but I might be wrong on that assessment. But one team did it, and that was clean. That was really clean.
Yeah, definitely. To highlight though, once again, despite them not grabbing the spotlight in Game 2, Game 3 has still been a level of consistency from Conquer Iraq, right? They got themselves 10 points in Game 1, and now they got themselves 12 points in Game 2, and this is the kind of consistency that we wanted coming into these finals. It's what we've seen in the 2 other regions we've commentated on so far, so massive props to Conquer Iraq. They're going to continue to find this, though, in my opinion, a little bit tougher as the likes of TC Gaming, iCur, W7 continuing to evolve. Execution as well, their macro was extremely tight. I was hoping that they maybe pick up a few more points. Arguably the lack of eliminations, you know, did match their macro skill, but it will come. Hopefully it will come for execution.
The thing is, though, Conquer Iraq getting himself a decent game. See, Esport only got himself 1 point, and we saw that note, that gap fluctuating a little bit. So we're going to look at the overall rankings to see exactly how much of a lead has been created by Conquer Iraq right now. But they are definitely looking in a very, very comfy spot when it comes to being right after these 3 matches. So looking good. Conquer Iraq with 56 points total, very close to that 50-50 split we always like to talk about, and followed up closely by 47 points by C Esports. Looking good, but man, W7 put himself up in that top 3 position, which is once again where you want to be if you intend to make it over to PMNC. Top 3 is the goal for all the squads here.
And top 3 so far with Chicken Dinner, so you gotta say it's certainly deserved. No disrespect to Clear Vision, 7 Esports, and Execution, right? If you're able to close out the game, you're arguably maximizing your points potential. The stark difference, obviously, though, between first, second, and third is the elimination count. Not that it's bad from W7 and C, but it's extra good from Conquer Iraq. You couldn't ask for a better start. 29 placements, 27 eliminations. It's Thanos level balance.
Then you have 721 Smart Esport also. 14 elims looking good, but placement points only 5. Need to see a little bit more presence into the late game. I mean, there's a lot of teams that have that little bit of disparity, right? You can especially bring up 77 Esport and 721 Smart Esports. I think they're the 2 main, like, kind of teams that are doing
massive disparities, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I'm just realizing now, a lot of teams have Esport in their name. And I know, it's very...
Did you not know we're commentating esports?
I know, but I find like the esport in the name being a little... Like, esport and gaming, it's all overdone.
But it's the same thing as in like football or soccer for Americans, is a lot of teams have like United in their team because that's just a standard thing for football teams.
Yeah, but like it would be weird. For example, they don't put like football in the name of their club. Imagine like Real Madrid football. It sounds a bit weird to me.
Well, they do call themselves Manchester United Football Club.
Really? Oh, I thought.
Yeah, that's the full name of the. That's the full name of the. Full name of teams is Barcelona Football Club. You know.
I just wanted to go on the rant. You know, we went way too deep.
By the way, honestly, I kind of agree with you. It's just simply because esports as a whole is quite new, so it's a way to establish itself and separate it from a traditional thing. But I kind of agree. If I was to have an organization in the world of esports, I would not have esports at the end of the organization name.
I didn't think we were gonna go. I have the impression this is happening a lot today. That like I just opened a topic like barely, and Imperium was like, "Open that one up. We're going deep in the topic. We're gonna do a TED talk about it, which is interesting." But no,
sorry, man. I'm in a talking mood. What can I say?
Hey, we're casters, right? Hopefully, you're in a talking mood. It's kind of what we do. It's kind of what we do right now. But next match,
I think it'd be worse just to give one-word responses like yes,
yes,
yes. Okay.
Sandhawk is coming up next, Imperium.
Yes.
Any expectations potentially based on what we have witnessed so far? How that could potentially translate to a Sandhawk match?
No. The duality of my responses.
Imperium.
You should know this by now.
No. I'm taking over right now. You sound so sleepy, Imperium. We need something to wake you up. You know what? I got the perfect thing right now. It is going to be Monster Energy. Whichever flavor you want. Okay, which flavor for this Monster Energy segment?
Ginger.
Ginger. I think you said that again last time. You're big. I mean, you're ginger man. Who likes ginger stuff.
Ginger ale.
Makes sense. Very on brand. Yes. I still like the Paradise one. It's sugar free.
Paradise Punch, I think.
I don't remember, like, it's got Paradise in it, but the sugar free one, I really like that one. I drink it. I even drink it on the regular when I need a little bit of an extra kick. I just go down, pick one up, come back up, sip it, and I'm feeling good.
What was that sound you made?
I don't know. I do it sometime when
was that trying to describe the tin being open?
I don't know. I don't know why I was trying. I don't know why I put it there, to be completely honest.
No problem. I was just kind of curious.
You're asking too many questions right now, Imperium. I don't have an answer for them, okay? You're putting me in a tough spot.
Getting back to what you had initially asked, though, because it is a genuine thing to highlight. I don't think we're going to have too many heal strats. I'm happy to say that. I think the maximum we'll see is like 2. And that could be reactional as much as premeditated from a couple of teams. Control from the likes of W7, hopefully evolving from what they did in the previous game, would be exciting to see. Will there be any hot drops as well, right? We have seen hot drops across the other regions, so something that certainly could come out in Sanhok, Max.
Well, it is Sanhok. There's a lot less space than other battlegrounds. So, like, if there's going to be a map where it is going to be happening, it seems like Sanhok would be the main contender for that to potentially unfold. So, yeah, we'll see. I think that we could definitely have some early altercations happening. And especially the thing is, because you only have, 2 Miramars and 2 Sanhoks, if you encounter issues on the first one, you're already like 50% of that respective map just like pretty much down the drain. So it's hard to make iterations and quick changes on the fly. So hopefully teams already got a game plan in mind that they're going to try and follow down to a T. But yeah, I think that what we've been able to witness today from a lot of the teams is just really good macro from especially the top contenders in the tournament, like some wide rotates, some really good scouting that's being done. And I think scouting can be a little bit overlooked sometimes, especially going into Sanhok. I don't think we're going to see that. So I think we're going to expect some really strong rotations from a lot of these teams. Good splits too, hopefully. And we can have some very, very interesting jungly action ensuing from that Imperium.
We have still, though, not to kind of understate it, we have seen some panic reactions to circle shifts. I think a good example was Clear Vision in the previous game, right? It seemed like they didn't know what they wanted to do. Whether it was engage and see Esports move in, and they didn't really hit the nail on the head in their choice. And yeah, the punishment happened when they got taken out, I think, majority by F35X, and then ended up going down shortly after that. So if they make a similar mistake in this Sanhok game, they're going to get punished a lot more quickly, especially when it comes to Phase 3, Phase 4. I do hope that we have a more centralized mainland circle on Phase 1, because that 9 times out of 10 to me provides the strongest potential for a quality game. Just remains to be seen. It's out of our control.
Hey, whoever dropped Trifecta wins, okay? No, probably not to that extent, but it is still by far my favorite drop location, and I'm intrigued to see who will be the team to try and drop there, because there's always one team just going for that drop towards the Trifecta. We'll have to see how things are going to be panning out. Samet drop seems like potentially Clear Vision's going to be the one to do it. So if there's a heal strat, maybe Clear Vision would be the one to pull it off. 968. 721's going to be dropping there. It's Clear Vision 2.0. We'll have to see. I feel like Enigma Galaxy are like fuming in PMGC. Like, God damn it. Sure, these circles are good, but we can't do the heal strat anymore. We're pissed.
Honestly, I think I genuinely think they're relieved. Believe it or not. I would argue that they didn't want to do heal strats in Sanhok, and I'm not saying that they have to do a certain thing, but if it's not, for the most part, if it's not broken, don't fix it. And heal strat was working for them, so they're kind of forced to change, but I think they're happy that they've had to make the change. Still worked out, but that's a different conversation for a different time at the end of the day. Phase 1 has popped up. It is, for the most part, predominantly on the mainland, but enough of the islands around it to threaten a shift or two coming into Phase 2, Phase 3 in those directions.
At least it's a little bit more variety from what we had for Europe, right? Where the two Phase 1 circles we had for the two Sanox in general were exactly the same, like Phase 1, 2, and
true.
3, I think. So we're seeing a little bit different landscape in this. So I can appreciate
Bit of
that.
variety. Bit
Exactly.
of variety.
I see Execution there as the team that did drop in the trifecta position. So there you go, Execution. I still have the impression Execution's a sleeper team. I wanna see more. If that makes sense. I feel like this is a team. You know what? Screw it. My prediction of the game: Execution. Boom, done.
Okay, yeah, putting your money where your mouth is. What I appreciate with their drop, by the way, is it's more of a split-based trifecta drop. So they set one player, Venom, a little bit further up the Northwest Island, and then 4Boy is further up than that as well. So understanding that, one, you're able to pick up more vehicles via that way, and two, you're not under-looting yourself, or you're giving yourself the lowest possible chance of being under-looted coming into a Phase 1, Phase 2 rotation. So yeah, see where Execution is coming from. What I find interesting is that nobody really prioritized too heavily around the Quarry Cave split drop. That tends to be a little bit popular. We have 968 further down south, very down south on docks, and we don't often see a team go kind of directly down on a dock split. It might be a Kampong dock split, but not really a full-on dock split. I don't disagree with it. It's just an observation that we don't often see it.
Yeah, we're seeing the Kampong Lakawi split from Skyrocket, which I do like. It's a pretty nice one. Can get some decent loot. Teams are typically not going to be an issue. They're not going to try and actually actively seek you out in those spots. So I'm okay with that position. Yeah, and as we expected, right, this is a very slow-paced early game, which is what we had in the previous 3 matches. Yeah, so it's pretty much on brand with the lobby, and I'm happy that also happens to be the case for Sanhok, which is not the easiest map to pull it off, but no, so far all is good.
Also, a benefit or benefited by the fact that Phase 1 is predominantly on the mainland, so teams don't feel as less pressure or scramble to kind of rotate to, you know, a trifecta area position or, you know, that kind of thing. So yeah, definitely a good start to the game. On a side note, when I was commentating PMPL Arabia, Skyrockets were playing, the first thing that always came into my head was the team Rocket blast off at the speed of light, and I'd always put like Team Skyrocket blast off at the speed of light.
Okay.
Just a fun tidbit into how my mind works.
Very interesting. I don't know how to move on from that, so I'm not going to.
You talk about what's...
Yeah. I was going to say Execution. You talked about their split.
Yes.
And they, instead of playing trifecta rotation, they want to go for the wide rotate northwest bridge. So
unorthodox.
It's an interesting rotation I was not expecting. I'll give them that. You know what? They pulled a sneaky on me. Little cheeky guys of Execution, but I mean the thing is this planned? Because I feel like this is 100% trade and rehearsed. Like I feel like they know a team is there. So they just want to gatekeep it as much as possible. Even though gatekeeping from under the bridge sounds weird, so maybe not. Question marks.
I don't think it's a plan in the sense of, let's say, targeting W7, but I do think it's a calculated move around the fact that the benefit of a trifecta. Yeah, you notice Malik from
yeah,
W7
I'm looking at that.
Across. Yeah, but to continue what I was saying, one of the benefits of dropping trifecta is that technically you can rotate easily through, let's say, boot camp, high ground, south of boot camp, etc., etc. But arguably, that can put you at risk at times as Venom takes shots towards Malik. It can put you at risk of being third party from teams behind, whereas this kind of rotation, I think, leans into a more direct approach of, hey, if we're going to come across a team, it's going to be one team at a time. The only disadvantage, or in my opinion negative, is that, one, EE have not got an actual confirmation in terms of intention, and two, they allow W7 to swim across. 2 players swim across, and that really takes away a massive advantage they had initially in the engagement.
Well, I have to say, this fight is not going to be going on this way for long. Because one heart is coming in.
Yeah.
One heart's coming in for the third party on the western side. Or And I think this would be a better play. That's what I would personally do. Or if you see the fights happening there, you don't want to cross that bridge because you want to make it over to the mainland, go to Trifecta and rotate that way. That would also be a valid option.
But they can third party from the high ground. Where 4Boy is, no, sorry, not 4Boy. Yeah, where 4Boy is, One Heart can go there and easily third party, in my opinion.
I mean, you could. I once again, it goes back to the topic I had earlier about early game fights.
I know, mate. I agree. I
don't want to see it. I don't want to see it. Take it away.
Yeah. Especially with Phase 2 centralizing so nicely on the mainland, there's way more positions available to get a good kind of, you know, comfortable position for yourself. There's so many more areas. So if you're missing out on that, you're throwing away even more of a potential decent finish in this game. So execution, they've made their bed and they're low-key going to have to lie in it. But for how long?
Exactly. But it seems like they will try and go for the Trifecta. So happy to see that coming out from One Heart. Seems like that's going to be their game plan. Circle, we did see it shift over to the mainland even more. So just an overall pretty decent eastern shift. And the central position is going to be pretty much between the cross point between Paradise Resort and Quarry, pretty much. So the high ground position, which is why I'm seeing Brute Force at. I'm loving what Brute Force are doing, but they're 2-split right now. We need to see at least a 2-2 split, but a 4-man split is just overkill.
Yeah, I don't disagree. Don't disagree at all.
Thank you.
Icard still in Paradise is intriguing. I think shifting further down south in terms of at least one player to grab information. I highlight all the time how risky it is staying inside Paradise, you know, past the 11-minute mark. I know we're still only 9 minutes in, but past the 10-11-minute mark, because you're locked into those walls. You get so little information, and the longer you leave it to leave, the higher the chance teams are rotating around you. And then you'll get caught out. Right now, it's Pache and 77X. Luckily, there's no team directly down south, so Iker still have that potential to move in through the south.
On 6-8, though, they're going to be having their own fight coming up. Okay, and the fight's gone. I thought that was going to turn out in the breach, but no. 721 are just not interested in that fight. They just want to get a little bit more free real estate in the southern eastern edge, especially because there's a good high ground position on the east of Quarry, and I think that might be their end goal.
Yeah.
And it feels so weird for me, like, because, you know me, my relationship with numbers, Imperium, and having so many teams, like, names of teams like 968, 721, 77, 14. Like,
I'm proud of you, to be
I
honest.
feel like they're trying to make me hate math, which I already do, but even more.
I think
possible.
it'll help improve your math.
I don't know, and I just, when I see an equation in real life, I just start sobbing uncontrollably.
I don't see equations in my real life. I like, you know, what, you just walk down the street and see an equation?
Exactly. It just, I mean, that's the thing, right? Your teachers, they say, oh, you'll need this in real life, and then you have someone that abducts you and say, if you don't solve this equation, I'm going to throw you, like, off the bridge. No, it could happen. I always remember when my teacher said,
most stories, by the way,
you're going to use that in real life.
Most stories with you end up with you in some way throwing yourself off a bridge.
A bridge or window. I don't know why. It's my branding. What can I tell you?
Yeah.
I wanna...
Maxman 30, professional caster, analyst, and professional bridge thrower.
Bridge thrower. I don't know about that title. Probably wouldn't put that on my
CV
on my resume. Yeah, we'll see. F35 in a good spot though. Still enjoying the rotations. We are seeing from execution. If they can get this high ground position, it would very clearly be the best spot in this entire circle. But F35, 2 players in the trifecta of the road. They're currently getting crashed upon by Brute Force, but Booth is still not there, and I'm starting to really believe that Booth just does not like his team. He has something going on there that I am just unaware of completely.
Well,
but Brute Force going for the push.
He's going to have to get into a position where he supports his team, because they got the opening knock elimination, but this is kind of engagement where it can easily turn around against you, and that's going to be one knock against the side of Brute Force as Toshka is inside a small building, confirmation coming through. Where is the response? Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs, and they gets founded in. The rest of Brute Force are getting a continued fight against F35, and I think that's just one player left as the engagement is finished off.
Oh my, that was a close one with the Uzi. He really needed to get that one done because he was dealing with a shotgun. If none of those bullets initially hit on the Bloom, he was dead. Pretty much. So, really good fight coming on through. That's going to be Brute Force able to hold it down. Booth has been able to join up with the team, so no, it seemed like the drama is not as real as I initially suspected. They're going to be surviving as 3, and look at that. During that time, what's been happening? It's been execution consistently pushing uphill, got rid of 2 of the players of F35, and now they're currently, I would say, the kings of this circle.
This was, on a side note, one of the hardest circle shifts the teams could have asked for, because it really eliminates a lot of even somewhat decent spots from the circle and still incorporates a bit of water, especially for the teams that were kind of on the eastern side of the map, such as 721 Smart and Skyrockets, as well as 968, who are opting to rotate through the southwest/south side of the circle, going behind Clear Vision, heading towards the side of One Heart, who did go into the trifecta rotation and onto the South Bootcamp hillside. What I find interesting is that 14T have gone into Bootcamp.
I wonder how they're going to play it. So for 14T right now, it's all depending on the next circle shift. Depending on that, I think they're going to have to gatekeep a specific area and then transition to the outside of Bootcamp when the circle's moving away from it. Hopefully, that's the way they're going to do it. At least that's the way I see it played in, like, you know, your PMPLs, your PMGCs. It is the best way to do it. Your textbook play, but Storm's going to be instantly knocked on down, traded off by his teammate, so he should be safe for now, but Conquer Iraq, they want to try and seal the deal. They want to try and put the nail in the coffin right now for this fight versus 721. Time for nades to be traded back and forth. Ooh, that one was huge. Follow-up onto aimbot. That is going to be Reba getting it done. But they got himself arrested. They're still up as 3. Still currently a 3v3 fight. I think Storm's going to try and get that first aid. The flush has been confirmed by It's Reba. The gatekeeping team currently is going to be Conquer Iraq. 721 cannot escape this altercation.
Still only 3v3, confirming that elimination for Conquer Iraq was very much about slowing 721 Smart rather than taking control of the engagement. Because if you look, not only because the next circle has rotated, but Conquer Iraq instantly back off. Backing off not only kind of gives them more space, but also allows them to get heals off and re-evaluate what they want to do. Should they try to move into the edge of the circle? In my opinion, at this stage of the game in Sandhawk, where how the circle is shifted, no, they should clear out 721 Smart as quickly as possible. But I also understand that they might not be comfortable with the position they're in, with 721 Smart having a bit more of that low ground advantage, in my opinion. Time will tell. They won't have too much time, though, as the circle will start to close in 15 seconds.
Seems like 721 is just leaving in their car, so I like that. That fight just was not going to help any of the 2 teams involved.
Exactly.
968. Oh, Molly a little bit short there. Could have thrown it out the window. A little bit of an early pre-fire from Hoppy. Oh, that could have been actually so good from Hoppy. But doesn't quite go. Hoppy, we'll see. He's going to try and go for his own push. Gets it done with the Thompson. And instantly confirmed that's their second elimination this game so far. That nade from Siva does connect strongly. Where is he? Is he going to go for the push to follow it up? I'm not too sure. We'll have to see as we shift over the POV of Zako. Really, really far away from that fight. He's just trying to, I guess, trying to go for the heel strap. He's only got 5 first days. Not too sure. Conqueror, they're going to be eking their way forward here. Over to the trifecta versus Brute Force. They have 3 players currently dealing with it, but Conqueror are struggling to make this position theirs.
The crash itself was quite poor from Conquer Iraq. They didn't have the full team pushing in. I understand that they needed to make a bit of a crash as quickly as possible because their backs was quite exposed by the likes of Seal and even 14T. But to me, you just got to make that push as a full team at the same time. They didn't do that. They're now down to solo.
TC Gaming and Ico, it's going to be the next big fight to unfold on the Eastern Edge. We still have 2 teams trying to leave Paradise Resort. That's going to be Pache and 77. So a lot of fights are going to have to break out and reach their conclusion before the next circle shift. I'm intrigued. I do like what we're seeing for 14 team, but I believe they lost. Yeah, they lost 2 of their players, unfortunately, in that hold inside boot camp. So it seemed like it didn't work the initial way they wanted. One Heart also hugging the coastal line over to the west. A lot of teams really trying to play edge, and you have to play edge because you want to avoid right now, Imperium, execution. They can see anyone in this circle, so you want to try and avoid being detected at all cost.
One Heart made a great rotation from the south boot camp hill across the coastal line of the mainland and have hovered past 14 team clear vision. I don't know why clear vision went to boot camp in this circle and have tried to rotate from there. Maybe they're thinking the team is there. They're trying to pick up eliminations. But shift is even better for execution. Sweet as a nut, as are going to be able to punish teams brutalized from the eastern side of the circle.
Back to back to back chicken dinner prediction from your boy. Okay, we shouldn't make it about us, but I want to make it about me at least once. So that's it. That was my segment. Execution definitely making sure now is going to be the teams on the south and the east do not get any entry point on that high ground. If they defend it, I would be surprised if they don't get the chicken dinner though. Riley pushing up for Ikerd, gets some nice initial damage, but this one player test able to wither the storm. Gets the knockdown, we'll be able to get the res onto Kaya, so that's good for now, but no counter push coming in through. Ikerd also going to be taking a little bit of a breather to go for that double res.
Should have
rightly
pushed
so, but the blue zone. Ugh.
together as a duo, the squad wipe TC before going for the revive onto the first knock player. So a missed opportunity. I understand the push from Riley. Shouldn't have done it on his own.
Hellman now just trying to heal up a little bit more. Nice little angle from Frag.
Oh,
gets one,
perfect.
gets 2, and that's it for TC Gaming. That's the angle you need, Ikerd. Because now there's very little amount of teams over to the eastern edge. Maybe, and I truly mean maybe, there's a chance Ikerd can go a little bit further in this game. It's not going to be easy. Spots out one of the players from Brute Force. The spray connects, but still just barely alive. Holding on by a thread, and he makes it over to the rock, and that just might be the end. I don't think Frag can get the first aid.
Oh, he can.
2 seconds.
He can.
1 second, and
No!
he's down to the blue. Too close for comfort, and only Helmend will remain alive for the side of Ikerd.
Phase 6 is actually gone away from the hill
sheesh.
that execution was holding on to. It is perfect for the side of One Heart as Ikerd are eliminated.
Wait. Execution gave up their mountaintop?
No, wait.
They have?
Not to me. No, not really give up. They still have Venom on the edge of it. I don't class that as giving up.
For
In
me,
my
that's
opinion.
not the high ground there. For me, they gave it up completely almost. Like, Venom is sure got a little bit of a high ground position, but it seemed like they just wanted to get a little bit closer to the circle. We're seeing Brute Force clearing, sweeping over to the southern eastern edge. But Execution finally making a game-making play right now, sending Boy forward. He's going to try and eliminate a few of the players of W7 up north. They are trying to get himself inside the circle, but Execution now, as they lost one player earlier, maybe struggling, maybe shovering in their boots. This chicken dinner might not be theirs to take. We'll see how things are going to unfold.
I didn't see Brute Force as Sanok. I didn't see Sanok as the map that Brute Force kind of showed us something so much more than the first couple of games alone. As clear vision trying to clear out a boot camp, their vision is going to get hurt by the fact that One Heart are took nade after nade after nade, but they have to be careful on the other side as teams on the northern coastline look to punish them from the other side.
Got to be careful behind you. There's still some players, some clear vision. You can't put too much focus over to W7. Yeah, got to be careful there. That DBS is coming up. AO's getting himself done, and now we're finding One Heart just getting pinched. Multiple angles is going to be causing their demise. Execution losing 2 of their players. Any Kara alive for the team. It's got to have been their win, but they gave it too much over to Brute Force. Brute Force, though, one of their players instantly flushed. Down to currently 2 squad players. They're slowly but surely getting pushed downhill. Teams are going to be on the receiving end of that fight. And Clear Vision, once again, controlling the southern edge. Playing around that utility as much as they can. And those nades can be such a gain if they connect on their target.
Now with W7 eliminated and possibly One Heart understanding of that, Clear Vision might get targeted a little bit more by One Heart.
Down, that's a great opening knock. The fact you just make that one clear over to the east, you open up the world of opportunities onto One Heart's fight. Nice little spray down. One of the players knocked, though, will be able to get that res normally. The thing is, Brute Force still got themselves 2 players up. The res is still coming through. So that high ground is still going to be a major threat to their location. I'm not sure. Can they actually get himself in position? Now it's time to snake their way towards One Heart that have split and spread their forces. So maybe there's a chance that we see Clear Vision redeem themselves in this fight. That's it, though, for Brute Force. As they try to go downhill, they're spotted out by the last player of Execution. That's it for them. 3 teams, though, Imperium still in the race for the chicken dinner as Clear Vision make their approach.
This is a One Heart game. This is a One Heart win. This is a One Heart wonder as it's 4v2. Execution solo player is healing. And so, actually, no, he's on the eastern edge of the circle. Apologies.
Yeah, Karaz just going to try and survive, weather the storm, survive as long as he potentially can, but One Heart, that split is scaring me a bit at the start, but the nade connects onto Heartfall, but the... Oh, my word, okay. DBS, and you also got a shotgun in the hands of Delab. I mean, you are in deep waters, my friend.
Nice
Second
nade.
place for Execution. The fact that they got 2 players knocked, that's big. But Karar, do you strike now while you don't have a lot of information? And he's out of nades. Tier 1 helmet, Tier 2 vest, almost wrecked. This
Oh
is
my
still
God.
looking like a One Heart chicken dinner.
On a side note, by the way, Phase 8 is still 50% water. That is pretty disgusting. And One Heart's rotation has worked out beautifully. Way back, I believe, in Phase 5, hanging on to the coastline between from the south of Boot Camp Hill all the way over to the north of Boot Camp Hill. It was cleanly played out.
He's spotted out. They got the info on Karar. Not too much, but that's going to be the end for him. And One Heart will take their 1 chicken dinner in game number 4 of the day, becoming the kings of the jungle.
Yeah, overall kind of deserved, but the last couple of circle shifts were quite disgusting. Luckily, we lost kind of quite a good few teams, so it didn't look as bad as in my opinion, it would have been for a number of teams. Despite Execution getting second, I'm curious if you still think they made the wrong decision, or if you think they made the wrong decision giving up that hillside to try to keep pressure on the teams in the east.
I feel like where things started to go south for them, it was when they allowed Brute Force to push on their location. And I believe Brute Force, we didn't see on the feed, I think that Brute Force got 1 elimination on Execution too. Okay. And that basically just destroys and dismantles your entire play on that position. So I think if they still had 4 players, I think you hold on to the high ground position and you just shoot everything that moves. Like, you're really making sure that you're using that position as much as you possibly can while you're still in the circle. Of course, it did move away from them at the end. It went over to the northwestern side of the mountain, so they would have to go downhill. That's always rough, but I still feel like this could have been, in that position like that, still have 4 players, it could have been a massive, massive elimination game for them at the least. But also don't forget that this tournament, the Snapdragon Pro Series, is brought to you by our good friends over at DHL for all your shipping needs, or planing needs, as Imperium has apparently called and branded, so that's what we're going to call it from now on.
Trademark.
Yeah, thank you very much to them. It's trademarked. Okay, we'll have to see Imperium Corp do a like collab with DHL. See how that's going to be working out and ship stuff even faster. I mean, come on, okay? That Imperium Corp, that's a cool name.
Imperium Incorporated. That sounds actually pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie.
Imperium and Company. Yeah, exactly.
Actually, fun fact. Fun fact on this side. No, Nova Esports, their parent company is actually, I think, is Imperium. Something. Yeah. So
that's true. Interesting fact of the day. We also got an interesting break of the day, so we'll be back in just a few.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
line up, they wanna buy me, baby, I'm too pricey.
They don't want it with me. You got a problem with me? Love, you don't want it with me. Man, you won't ever stop me. Who y'all really got a problem with? Who y'all really trying to solve them with? Who don't really like the sound of this? Who come with me getting down to this? You better step back, get your neck cracked, get laid down where you best step. Better check that with a fresh map. Get lost now with no extract. Like, look, that's all me. Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we don't really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see me eating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you never gonna stop me. Sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to go off. Can't hold us back. Truth hurts, you owe us that. My truth lurks, say y'all collapse. Now scoop first where your homies at. Come my team with me right now. My team's so mean right now. But what you mean y'all out? It's time to weed y'all out. Okay, we coming back with a vengeance. Time to go start your engines. What is this thing y'all mention? Time for y'all stop pretending, Nah, y'all can't do that. Where your crew at? Y'all can't do that. Nah, where your crew at? Love, man, cause now you alone. Yeah, get out of my zone, man.
One Heart securing himself the only Sanhok match of the day in dominant fashion. And I have to say, we had our doubts, at least I did in Pure in that game, was that little bit of a split at the end, but they just overwhelmed the competition with their amazing individual gunplay and made sure that they had full control of that position at the end. It was a risky play, but it paid off, and here chicken dinner on the first day on such a short-term tournament is definitely going to help them out, potentially reach that top 3.
Yeah, it was cleanly executed at the end of the day. They had stayed quite quiet for the early portions of the game, to the point where I had missed out the point where they had even gotten to the South Boot Camp Hill. I'm not sure exactly where they came from. Was it Sammy? Did they drop Sammy?
Which team? One Heart? Sorry.
One Heart.
One Heart was not in Sammy. No, they were on the Northwestern Island. And they were going to try and third party the fight, that was happening on the Northwestern Bridge.
That was Execution that was on the...
Yeah, but there was One Heart that was trying to third party it too when they were in the high ground position.
There you go. Sorry,
That's the one.
so they landed Camp Alpha side of Northwest Island. You're dead right. So, but I suppose that's where my kind of point lies, is that they just stayed quiet and they didn't really look to get involved with any other team. Luckily for them, with Phase 1 and Phase 2 being a bit more on the eastern side of the mainland, a lot of the teams had, you know, navigated around that side of the map. So when Phase 3 shifted hard to the west of the mainland, there was a lot more space for One Heart to look to go towards the South Bootcamp Hill. Then again, it was also a little bit of a domino effect around execution not going through the trifecta area, right? So yeah, it is what it is. Still greatly played by One Heart.
I do really like how One Heart just were hugging the side of bootcamp the entire time.
Yeah.
You're avoiding the teams in bootcamp itself, and you're just getting yourself a decent amount of information doing that rotate. So yeah, I enjoyed what One Heart I've been able to do, and we'll see exactly how many points they've been able to bring home on this game by checking out the round standings. And here we go, 22 points on the game with 7 eliminations, and execution still a really, really strong game. And I gotta say, execution has been feeling somewhat consistent throughout today, and I think this, of course, being their top performance so far, they must be definitely in reach to that top 3 after what they've done today.
I definitely have a strong chance they're up there with the top 3, top 4 for sure.
Not in top 3, top 4, but I would say they're at least in reach of it. So I'd still like to see a win. But yeah.
Definitely. Considering they arguably put themselves in a very tricky position against, who was it in Hat 10 again? Oh my god, my mind's so bad, I'm so old.
14 team?
No, it wasn't 14 team. It was a better team than that. If it was 14 team, I probably wouldn't be too worried about execution. Sorry, but
who was it then? No,
I don't know, but the point is, they had put themselves in a position where we weren't too happy with how long they were holding out that kind of engagement between under the bridge, etc. But they got out of it and into a cleaner position and played from that. A clear vision as well, with a solid 15-point result as well. Brute Force showing much more in that game, a lot more aggression, and Conquer Iraq. Dude, Conquer Iraq, man.
Conquer Iraq. I mean, I think this has been their lowest performing game, if I'm not mistaken. 11 points on the game. I think Miramar, they didn't go super far, they got 12. Like, they have been constantly getting themselves some decent points. Yeah, Conquer Iraq are definitely a contender to hold on to the throne. And the thing is, you're seeing see Esports only 4 points on the game. Slowly but surely, they're slipping down. They're still in a position where they can be in that top 3 and qualify to PMNC for Middle East. That's fine. You still want to be in that first place, right? We keep repeating it, but at a 4K prize pool increase from second to first place, that is where most of the prize pool is. So we're hoping to see Esports get himself in decent standings after this. But it's still anyone's game. It's still just going to be, after this game, the halfway point of the Snapdragon Pro Series PMCO Open Finals for Middle East. There's still a lot of opportunities for these teams to make it up there. Though looking at the overall rankings, Conquer Iraq, as we speculated, Imperium are still going to be in that first place by a decent 16-point lead. But that's still just one strong game away, so Conquer Iraq can't afford to fumble.
Oh god, no. Their consistency has been good, but like we kind of expected / have witnessed, other teams are stepping up. And look at that, Max. One Heart have got themselves into third. It's only by a point, but it's still top 3. 2 points divide second to fourth. 4 points divide second to fifth. 6 points divide second to sixth. You see my point. It's very close up at the
numbers
top of the standings. Exactly. Down at the bottom of the standings, look, you know, I know I made a bit of a jab, but I don't mean it in any serious way. 14 Team Esports in last on 2 points. It's been a tough start for them. Create that bounce back. I love an underdog story. We both love a comeback story, don't we? We've seen it in other regions where teams have put themselves in a much better position in day 2, whether it's in the final game or at in the start of the day in day 2. I'd love to see that from 14 Team Esports. I have a lot of faith in them. I just haven't seen enough that I can kind of give examples to stand by it, but I hope we do.
And One Heart in third place after that chicken dinner. Of course, that's the thing about these 2-day events, 10 games total. One chicken dinner will really impact your position on the overall leaderboard. So One Heart, go himself a chicken dinner when it really counts. And Pache Esport, I don't want the only good thing about Pache Esport being their name that we both agreed was cool. I would like to see a little bit more presence, because especially that first Wrangle game when they were playing south of the gas station, which was played later on by, I think it was iCurd. That was a really good position. That was a really, really good play from them, and then nothing really came of it. So I want to see Pache get in those positions again, which, as they proved already, they can do. I want to see something better. I want to see a follow-up to those good positions, which right now it's a little bit, it's a bit of a stalemate. They kind of had, they're like in a good spot, but nothing happens.
Would I be correct in saying that kind of the difference between the top 8 and the bottom 8 at the moment is that the top 8 have showed us potential and, for the most part, executed on some of that potential, and the bottom 8, for the most part, have showed us potential but haven't executed on that potential?
I would say...
I don't know if that's too simple.
I would have to agree for some of the top teams, not all of the top teams.
That's what I said for most of them.
For the most part, some of the top teams, I think that when they have an opportunity, they will take it. Sometimes it won't work, of course, like PUBGM Mobile is not.
Of course.
Sometimes you're going to make a play and the play is just not going to work. But when there's that opportunity, they're going to go for it. And like I just used Pache as an example. In that previous Wrangle game, they were in a really, really good spot. And I just don't feel like there was an attempt to make something happen. There was not as we used the analogy before, there's not that spark to the potential that is there available for them to ignite into potentially what could be a top 3 finish, or if not a chicken dinner. So yeah, I think that was a good way to put it, Imperium, but I still want to see these teams get in those good positions, but I want to see something more, right? And I think that we're talking about making it into PMNC, we're talking after that to make into PMPL. These average plays of just getting into a good spot and waiting for things to happen, hoping the circle might come your way, is not going to cut it, right? No. We are here to reward excellency of teams that have been playing, like Conqueror Iraq, that have been, performing and perfecting their craft for the past 6 months now. These are teams that will be making it to the next stage, and teams are just, unfortunately, waiting idle on the sideways. Fortunately, I have to say, but maybe you're not ready this year, at least, to make it to a PMNC, especially not a PMPL.
And
that was a bit harsh. I went deep there, but
it's interesting because I picked up on that straight away, and I was kind of going to add on to that and say that might sound harsh. However, it's not a bad thing to not be ready, right? In a moment, it sucks to hear it. It sucks to think it, but it's okay to not be ready at a certain point, right? If you keep on fighting to be good enough, if you keep on challenging yourself to be good enough, you will get there eventually, in my opinion, for the most part. And look, I can use, not to take it away from the teams, but I can use myself as a caster. I wanted to be good enough to be a professional caster, and I wasn't until I kind of was ready to, or good enough to be one in that regard, and it took time. It'll always take time. Keep grinding, keep fighting, and the teams will make it.
Exactly. I mean, the grind is there, and at the end, teams can still make the adaptation, right? I just want to see that potential. I want to see teams that are trying things, even if it doesn't work out. I want to see teams trying things, because that's something that we'll remember, and potentially get into the future Snapdragon Pro Series. We'll be like, oh, we remember this team, they were doing this, just this. How has the evolution been happening throughout this past year? That's the big question mark, of course, is to see the evolution. As you said, it's okay if some teams, some players are not ready whatsoever for this stage, but it's what you make with that information after the event is passed. And I just hope the teams will not take this too harshly, and we'll just be like, okay, yeah, fair enough, like we got these specific aspects of the game to work on, let's just come back even stronger next time.
Whether it's an in-game mistake, whether it's an out-of-game thing, something said, it's never about what's happened, it's about how you react to it. So if you've had a failed tournament, it's how you react to it, it's how you pick yourself back up, and whether your team in the top 3 make it through to PMNC and then you don't make it through to PMPL, or even if you do make it to PMPL, it's even how you react after that. Like, you take Conquer Iraq, right? Training 6 months for this, that's how they've reacted to every single thing, to continue to train, to continue to train, to continue to train, because they know where they want to get to. So if you react in the right way, you're going to get to where you want to. Jeez, we're going on some philosophical tangents, Jesus.
Yeah,
great.
we had a lobby restart, so we're going to have to
Yes.
potentially rehost the lobby, so we're just taking a little bit of time. So our apologies for the little bit of a delay on this one. But it seemed like we're going to try and rehost a party, get this game going for match number 5, and after that we'll be reaching the halfway point of the entire Snapdragon Pro Series here. And man, that's going to be it for Snapdragon Pro Series after these, like today and tomorrow's games, right? It's going to be over for the year. It'll be back, of course, hopefully next year in all of its glory with all our amazing partners over here, like DHL, Monster, and of course Snapdragon Elite Gaming. See our amazing performances, because the thing is, right, you're always going to have that rotation of teams. We saw this year in each PMPL, bottom 8 teams straight back to relegation league, and I gotta say, seen a lot of the regions. Okay, this is maybe of a hot take. This is actually, I think this is a pretty big hot take.
Okay.
I have the impression with what we've witnessed in this Snapdragon Pro Series, it's very few teams, okay, very few amount of teams, but I feel like the potential of some of the teams that we've witnessed in this Snapdragon Pro Series for all regions combined is better than some of the teams that got put in the relegation league of PMPL. And I feel like there's going to be a rotation of teams happening for sure.
So, that is, to me, definitely not a hot take. I would love to extend on that. But I'm going to hang it on the line because there's something else coming up first.
Exactly. We'll see how things are going to be panning out. Of course, we'll discuss more of that hot take later on. I think there's a lot of stuff to discuss, but we do have a quick interview right now available with one of the players of 7-7, so we'll check that in right now. See you guys in a few.
Hello, my name is Rossi, and I am manager of 77 Esports. We have 4 main players in the game. The first one, Takyun, is the game leader. IGL. Second one is Bully, he's Frogger, and third one is Yunus, also Frogger, and Rawan, also Frogger. 77 Tokyo. They trying every day hard and talking about his problems in the game and fixing their problems. I think W7 is for. Thank you for supporting us. Inshallah we will be top 1 and we came here to be champion.
There you have it. Great little insight there from 77 Esport. Though 77 Esport currently standing in 7th position, so very on brand, I have to say. Imperium got himself like a nice little jackpot. Did mention W7 as potential contenders for the throne, and I gotta say, from what we've seen so far, I have to say definitely not a bad pick for your team to win here.
No, not at all. Very strong, and they've evolved throughout the games. That's always really part of the bigger picture. It's just doing something better the next game. Even if you do some things worse, it might sound silly to say that because it can come across as 2 steps forward, 2 steps forward, or sorry, 1 step forward, 2 steps back. But really, even if you make a couple of mistakes, improving one thing the next game within yourself, within your team, goes such a long way. And yeah, W7 have done more than 1 step forward, of course. But yeah, they've evolved every single game, and I wouldn't be surprised if they do end up in the top 3.
I think top 3 is definitely achievable for them. Yeah, like from what we've seen so far at least, but consistency is always going to be the thing that's the most rewarded. And right now, what comes to mind when you say consistency so far in this tournament, I would have to say is Conqueror Iraq. So we'll see if they can try and continue this type of consistency. I think their lowest performing game once again was the last match with 11 points. I think then their second worst was 12, and then they got himself like these top 2 amazing matches with, of course, the chicken dinner to kick off the day. But we're getting ready, ladies and gentlemen, for another wrangle for today. It's going to be our 3rd and final of the day, and after that it will be a wrap for day 1 here of the Snapdragon Pro Series. And we'll see. Of course, teams to watch for this one. Go yourself a few, and they're gone.
Oh wow!
Just like that, the game never gone.
And let's hope they don't go as quick. There you go, they're back. 1 heart. The winners of the previous game, of course. This is the top 3 from match number 4 back in Senhawk. Delhab was extremely strong for 1 heart, by the way, in that one for me. Then in execution, they lived up to their name. They executed a great disengagement in Hatton. They moved down south and they utilized the high ground, that's on that northern side to clear a path leading into the top two. And clear vision on the side note in that previous game, because One Heart had a little bit more of a difficult challenge being third-partied by Brute Force and potentially teams on the northern coastline, they couldn't engage on clear vision as much as they wanted to. And that really helped clear vision get into the top three of the Sanon game. It's not saying that clear vision did anything bad, or it was that they were lucky, but it was just how the game panned out that made it just a little bit easier for clear vision to execute a really good result.
That's the thing. You don't want to give too much breathing space to a team like Clear Vision, because it seems like they're very opportunistic in their approach to the game. So definitely something you want to avoid at all costs. But here we go. Ready for our fifth and final game of the day. Playing path, decent-ish. From Northern Quarry over to the side of Stolber/Kameshki. So teams that like to drop in on the more northern side of the map are going to be rewarded with that one. We did have two teams that like to drop in a Millie Island, like Sunderford Island. So you're going to have one in Millie base, and normally one in Novo. In my opinion, if the one team in Novo, I'm not going to lie, I forgot who that was. I'd like to see maybe secondary drops come into play for that team. Esports, okay. Esports, maybe a secondary drop would be of the essence.
And it was Execution that landed in military base. It seems like Execution are going for a southern drop, but doesn't seem to be directly heading towards base. Maybe in between Quarry Ferry Pier seems to be where they're going. Pick up a couple of vehicles and go possibly across the military base. You know what? I'm actually kind of annoyed that Phase 1 is once again up north, because I was really hoping that we'd have a bit of variety in the Erangel circles, right? Possibly a military island, maybe even southwest, I take at this stage. But it is what it is, and kind of once again it does open the door for a couple of teams to learn and evolve from the previous two Erangel games.
Exactly. I'm hearing a few footsteps in the background. I don't know if that means there's a fight happening. Not sure.
Footsteps equals fights in the...
They're just stomping on their opponents. Yes.
You see people walking down the street. Why are you fighting with me? And they're just walking.
No.
Fair enough.
That doesn't happen. We'll see. Okay, see Esports all four in a car. Where they're gonna go, I'm not too sure. Gotta be careful. We've got a few foes, a few enemies around you.
Are they actually gonna commit to Novo?
There's no way they go to Novo. No way. No shot.
Okay.
Because I was thinking it's in direction there, but they're losing so much time.
So wait. I want to low-key defend this for one reason.
Go on.
One reason only. This is day one, and remember, teams have little to no chance of obviously VOD reviewing during the day. So they still might not know exactly if or what teams drop on the eastern side of the map. So it's just a matter of look, we don't know what areas of the map are free, even if we have a secondary drop spot. Let's do what we know, even if it takes us a little bit longer. Familiarity can kind of help a team be more comfortable, even if it looks tricky. As it happens, they stopped in Milta, so I kind of think it's okay. But that was my logic, by the way, for them going down south.
Yeah, I just think that doing what they did, which is stopping in Milta, is just so much better. You're just avoiding the whole shenaniganries of having to drop that cross that bridge twice there and back. It's just
totally agree.
Whole mess. Totally so I think this is okay from CE Sport. They do stretch a little bit further. I do wonder if that was just because of this plane path, they speculated Milta was free, or is it their actual secondary drop location? If it is their actual secondary drop location, it's not that far away from Novo.
It's very weird to have a secondary drop location
so close
to a main one.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly. You would think right now, a good secondary drop location, you could go for Sunken City would be a good secondary drop location. Ruins could be a decent spot. Yeah,
9 times out of 10, when you know yourself, 9 times out of 10, when a team's main drop spot is kind of like so kind of close to the edge of the map, their secondary drop spot is like on the opposite end of the map in that regard. So it technically can cover both painful circle situations. Sorry, plane path situations.
Exactly. Okay, this is really chill game.
Well, I think it's going to be chill. What I find good is that clear vision. For the time being, are not looking to push onto iCard. And actually...
Wow! It's bad. It's great. Something of pure beauty. Sorry.
Okay.
The observers must have a lot of fun. Just like, let's just look at this pen.
Let's just show something shiny for Max. That'll keep him happy.
I'll keep him occupied for a bit.
Yeah, Clear Vision not only have not looked to kind of push aggressively onto iCard have interestingly disengaged away from South George Crates quite early. Like, they're already in Cube compound.
Yeah, I was about to break down that rotation, so I'm happy you did it before me. But iCard going into Cube this early on, when it's about almost a 50-50 split when it comes to north and southern terrain available across both sides of the river, is really important. We'll see if that position can work out for them. W7 rotating once again, also pretty early around the side of Everest. Intrigued to see what is going to be their rotation point. It seems like the furthest bridge east of George Pole is going to be their rotation point, or they're just going to wait in the open. I'm not too sure, but it seemed like they kind of try and do a similar play to iCard, which is just on the side of the bridge, and you can rotate depending on where phase 2 goes, which you can't go wrong. It's just such a good play style. Everyone does it here in PMPO and PMGC. It's just good.
I have to say, I'm pretty impressed with Pache setting up actually an aggressive defense against Conquer Rack on that Rosshawk Hill. Instantly Reba is going to get spotted out, and some fantastic awareness. Like, it's against the grain of the circle, but it also makes sense, right? They gave space in previous Varango games to Conquer Rack to move across the river, and for the most part, it went against Pache, right? Because he didn't get good results. So creating that space by pushing back and eliminating either one or multiple members of Conquer Rack is really, should, in my opinion, be really helpful for Pache's late game result.
And most importantly, it doesn't put Pache in a bad spot whatsoever. You're not taking a risk by putting yourself in a position. You just barely moved outside of Rosshawk. You just got a good high ground position. You can't really fight back that spot from school unless you push it. So I think it's great. Okay, maybe I'd take it back. I'm not sure why.
Well,
Ziri's pushing himself out in the open like that. I think that's a bit risky.
It's Headshot Hills open, so it's manageable. Now that they've confirmed an elimination, I would scale back from the engagement because it's against Conquer Rack, and they're not a team that are going to make a silly decision to try to re-engage straight away, right? Plus, with those shots, you will alert other teams around you, so if you stay in Headshot Hills, which they haven't, by the way, you would more likely put yourself in a third-party opportunity. So, Pache have moved back to North Rosshawk Hill, so in my opinion, 100% solid decision, 100% success rate, they can move forward.
Yeah, I was a little bit scared for a second there, but the fact that it just pushed himself back, I think, is definitely the play. I also do like what we're seeing from Conquer Iraq. They're just, okay, school not as safe as we initially thought.
Yes.
Let's just go into apartment instead. So I do think that that's a pretty good transition point. While 14 team also on the move, southern side. Quickly taking a quick look at apartments. Are they going to go for the push inside of it? If not, they are very, very close.
Oh, wow.
They're just moving on. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so actually going, I was going to say if they're just passing by, they're rotating really close, but it seems like they want to push into apartment, but the circle's not even there now, so I would dodge the fight if I could, but it seems like they're committed to it now.
Just as phase 2 pops up, not really the right time in my opinion as well. You tend to engage, or you should look to engage kind of at the very start of, especially in the early circles, at the very start of the shift rather than at the end of the shift, right? Just as a fundamental, by the way. Phase 2 has gone to the west. As
Good nade.
Nate goes out by Tiger. That should connect on the edge, puts Bai down to half health. And the issue for 14 T is that they only have one building, so the angles of pressure are extremely limited.
I want to go back on the point you brought up because I think it's a really interesting point is going for these type of pushes after the circle shows up. If they would have delayed this push, I don't know, 5-10 seconds, they would have known this position 9 circle is not worth it.
Exactly.
Let's just start rotating for the circle.
I
Now,
know.
they're too far in the fight. They're too committed to it. It's hard to move out. You always want to try and take the fights when the circle pops. I think it's very interesting. Good point.
Thank you.
I like it.
And Conquerac didn't look for this engagement. Now they're just doing the best job that they can to get a bit of control over it, and so their time isn't wasted. They've used a decent chunk of utility, I might add, by the way. So that could hurt them late game. Never mind the fact that there is still going to be a number of teams coming in from the south. Right now, Execution just rotated over the Eastern Bridge. Esports just rotating past Farm into the blue, and 77X rotating on the main road to the east of School Apartments. But that's been a decent enough distance away where they wouldn't have heard any shots, so they're presuming that, one, there's nobody there, and two, that even if there is, we have our own rotation. We have to get into the circle. You know, let's not explore.
Let's not explore indeed. So far, they're just going to be trying to play their spot. I like One Heart, what they're doing. One Heart, I think this is a copy-paste rotation from their previous Orangle game, which is just wide, rotate on the western coast, enter from the western side on this north circle, and you're going to be good to go. So I'm liking what we've been witnessing so far from One Heart. Seem like they definitely had a good amount of evolution throughout the day alone, which is not an easy thing to do, but it seemed like they've definitely been making adaptation game to game, which I always appreciate when a team does that.
Even kind of brute force, as critical as we've been, I did observe the fact that all 4 players actually dropped in Severny. They didn't take the 3-1 split route, in which, even though I agree 3-1 split on a drop is arguably stronger, if it's not working for you, switch it up, right? I will always fundamentally say about teams, play to your strengths, even if I don't understand that. If you do, and you are playing to your strengths, over time, over long term, it's going to be more beneficial.
Whoa, Yoons hits a headshot there with his Scar. Good little knock. Flush, I think. Yeah, they'll get the flush. No way. Yeah, Hoped is not going to be rezzed up. So, wait. His name. Do you say hopped or hoped?
Oh, it's normally hoped. As I hoped I would get a good result. I hoped Maxman would not be French. I hoped I loved Maxman less. And yeah. So yeah. Yeah, I know you don't know what to do with that information, right? It's great. But do you know what to do about this phase 3? Because that's a bit of a harsh shift down the south side, and it adds Kidney Island in play, adds the south of the river in play, adds Cube Compound in play, which is absolutely great for iCard.
Yeah, iCard are looking absolutely grand on this one. Clear Vision were in Everest, so interesting to see what their transition route is going to be. Could also play as a...
Cathedral. Sorry.
You could play the castle area of Ruins.
Yes, sir.
Cathedral, he calls it.
Yeah, that's what it's called.
No, I'm talking about the castle side, like the little hilltop position, not the church itself. That's what I was going to refer to.
Oh, okay.
That one, yeah. Because I think it's just good for scouting purposes. You can just spot like your island, Kidney Island. You can scout Cube also from that position. You got a lot of information you can gather on teams north. So I think it'll be good, especially just as a transition point. Because if you're just going and following the thing that you have not said in a long time, but following the law of percentages, and normally this circle is a very high probability it is going to head north of the circle of the riverside. So you should put the focus right now, if you clear vision, on the high chance the circle's not going to come our way. Let's do as if it is not going to come our way. Scout information in castle ruins, and do a play based on that info.
That's fair. Can I kind of counter that with the fact that, one, I actually don't think the law of percentages means the circle is going to end on the north of the river. I actually think this is very uncertain. But what I do believe is that the law of percentages, because they've been such northerly phase 1 and phase 2, there's way less teams south of the river, so it gives, by the law of percentages and Clear Vision, much more opportunity to control south of the river and set up a good rotation to the north in the next shift.
That's it. I said law of percentages once, and you said it 3 times in one sentence.
Well, I hadn't said it in a while, so I had to kind of like, you know,
it's got to live up to the ratio.
Right? Yeah, exactly.
We'll have to see how things work out. Skyrocket, though, Mustafa's going to be spotted out by Gully. Oh, his team's there to try and bring him back. So, oh, it's not even his team, sorry, it's an opposing team. They was the same color. That got me confused. It's going to be 968. Just aware of what's happening in their surroundings, but they're still going to be in the next circle shift. I'm not too sure, Imperium. I am not too sure. They're 77, up to 3 eliminations so far in this game. After a really good start on this final game to close off day 1 of the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Lovely
14T, a team that needs to begin a redemption. The 3-man squad, I would like to see them as a 4-man tomorrow if they want to have a living chance to do something, to have a dent in the leaderboards. But oh no, it's pretty uncertain, Imperium, he says. He doesn't know where it's going to go. It goes north. But yes.
I knew you were going to say that.
I had to, man.
I was like, oh, damn.
That's what you
Here
get.
we go. Yeah, exactly.
But now Clear Vision's going in blind. That's the thing, right? Is that they have no information. They could have gathered information from Castle Ruins.
Yeah.
Now they're just full sending it across the road. They have no clue what's ahead of them.
And that hill is okay, but it's quite risky. It seems like they might have caught off.
Oh, way.
One hard, or was it? Was that?
Q1Q from 1 heart. Yeah.
Interesting.
And they got it. They got it confirmed. So that's interesting. We'll see. TC Gaming eliminated. Skyrocket Esports also going to be eliminated. Oh yeah, they both got eliminated at the same time. So a little bit of a rough way to end the day, but that's something they can work on heading into day 2 here for the Middle East region. 14T seem like they're going to pull the play. They're going to do a Dagestan 77 Imperium. They're going to do it. Oh, no, he's not. I thought he was going to trample on the back seat, but this is just like a full send play, and they know that they cannot go any further.
You know why they can't do a Dagestan 77 play? Because they're not Dagestan 77. But look, when you're in a bit of a kind of like a desperate position like that, it's kind of like, look, we do what we can to survive. I do want to point out F-35X, by the way, in the previous phase, they committed to Kidney Island. I highlighted it as a area of the map that was heavily in the circle of phase 3, but it's not like I kind of insinuated a team should go there. So I think they made a mistake by committing to Kidney Island and that position so early in the game. It was still only phase 3.
Can be a little bit risky. We'll see, of course, how they were able to move out of that spot. But now Conqueror Iraq are going to be in that position, so I'm interested to see how they're going to try and move themselves out of that spot. They do have cars, so I think that's going to be just a way to speed through. I wonder where they're going to go. I mean, Blue, I think this is too late for Blues in rotation, unfortunately. In phase 4, circle closing in, about to transition in phase 5. I think it just adds up against the play happening. Well, Clear Vision, once again, pushing himself to another fight this time around. One Heart just tried to full send in the middle, but is here versus W7. Embarked himself the Orm. That could be a great game-changing opportunity if he get himself that one headshot. But no elimination just yet, coming out with the Orm. Again, flanked also on the side. So W7 once again doing what they do best, which is controlling their side of the circle, making sure the team cannot get the angle. But Malik gets spotted out, traded back and forth actually with that nade. Going to slow things down a little bit for Clear Vision, but he's pushing up with the MG3. He wants to get that elimination confirmed, but not sure W7's going to give it for free. They're going to try and push their way up, trying to deal with Clear 7, but he has a nade in hand. Be careful, you've got to go back to the weapon. MG3, you can't deal with it. The fire rate is just too damn good. And you still have 47 bullets to boot. A threat to be reckoned with. There you go. Confirm that elimination. Get every single pull you can get, Clear Vision. That's what we love to see. I feel like they put a dent in W7 where now Clear Vision can take control of that compound.
Yeah, that's going to be easier said than done because Booth from BF is there to not become BFFs with Clear Vision. A cheeky third party did get a knock on the Flab, but Flab's being revived, and now the focus can be made with a beautiful nade, and that's going to be Booth getting put down to his knees.
I knew that was going to happen. I saw the 3 other players of Clear Vision, they all had a nade in hand. The moment they knew he was there, it's like, yeah, you're not. You're you're dead. No way you survived like 3 nades being chucked at the exact same time almost. But W7 still able to hold on as 3 players, which I was not expecting. I thought they were going to lose at least 2. Seemed like they were able to get himself a little bit into a healthier spot.
That could be a lovely nade.
That nade, doesn't know they regrouped. That's the issue. The circle moved away, so clear vision. Maybe also avoid the fight. Like, you got Car still available. Maybe just rotate north and avoid the fight and just leapfrog W7 into play. I feel like that's maybe what they're trying to do.
Yeah, but that could bite them in the butt, because to me, this circle shift is very difficult to maintain. And if you get ahead of a team, yes, you've technically gotten ahead, but you're also putting yourself at risk of getting stabbed in the back. Now, it's okay to reposition to get closer to the edge of the circle, but still prioritize the engagement, because you're arguably doing the best of both worlds. But just don't get ahead of W7, in my opinion, on this kind of shift.
I think W7 understood that. They're like, oh, he's trying to leapfrog us. We're going to leapfrog your leapfrog.
Oh, no.
Trying to send it in into a few players, unfortunately. Malik is still left behind, trying to take care of clear vision. He gets 1 knock onto one of the squad players, actually. Malik now can take himself that final fight.
What?
Not sure. Oh, well, we missed the fight. But then Malik got knocked out, but I think the blue zone might still be enough to get rid of the player. So clear vision still not in a hell. Yeah, you get picked up by the blue zone. So doesn't matter. Embark going to be knocked, and clear vision down to 1 is going to be Dow.
And clear vision, by the way, did make a mistake because the Whom moved away, but then the other 2 players went to get into a vehicle, and that shouldn't have been the case. They all should have moved away at the exact same time, because by 1 player moving away, W7 thought, okay, well, that means 1 player is gone. There's 2 that are there. We can push on that, and that's kind of what they did. Despite Malik losing his life, it forced clear vision to lose 2 players.
Yeah, I feel like if they all followed Dalm, I think they could still potentially be alive, maybe still be the Kings of the West right now, but unfortunately seemed like they just tried to do too many things at the same time, and it did not work in their favor. I see General's got himself a foldable bike right now. It'd be cool to potentially see it used to like cross to another section, but might not be the best option in the book. AKM in hand, got himself a decent scope. That's it though. Walid was spotted away, and that's going to be it for W7. For W7 Walid, only General was there. As 968 also get eliminated. Teams will drop in down like flies in Pyram at this point, but look at that.
Max.
It is still going to be looking good for Execution Dot up as a 4-man. And now, no, they get knocked. Okay, take it back.
But it's a disgusting circle shift, Max. There's so little cover. It's so flat on this phase.
2 players
and
in
there's
it.
still a number of teams left, and it's so difficult because for the most part they're all spread out. There's a little bit of space on the east, but you know, F35 are kind of coming in a little bit later, and they're going to have to tread with caution. The cleanest areas is the south side, and that's where iCard probably have the best position at the moment.
That nade's looking good. Ooh, a little bit too cooked, but it doesn't matter. General's going to be taken care of, and that's it. That's going to be the end. Hellmen will be the one to pick it up. That's their 3rd elimination in the game so far. The W7 will be sent back to the lobby for the last time today. We'll see you guys back tomorrow for sure. Things are still looking really good for them. Oh, I think that was an MG3 he's dealing with. Hellmen, got to be careful. Does lose a wheel, but doesn't lose control of the vehicle. Team's still moving in, and I like what 721 are bringing to the table, but 7-7 still serving as an absolute threat, but going downhill with so many players alive and so many angles to deal with, I don't know if 7-7 can actually make it in.
iCard pick up their first chicken dinner without her playing the south side. 7-2-1 Smart trying to play the smart game, with 77X still being given space to move down the hill. I was just gonna say, how are they allowed to move down this hill for so long?
Oh, nice little play around the smoke. Gets it confirmed. Aimbot doing God's work with that smoke position. Got to be careful though. You can still try and go for the random bloom spray inside of it. Try and get those on your teammate. That'll be the best. If Storm can be brought back, that'll be huge. But no, he is going to be confirmed. And that's going to be it for him for this game. Iker still aiming for that chicken dinner. But I think one thing they're unsure of is that F35 is right east of their location. From where they're looking at on the minimap, doesn't seem like they're really aware of their position right now.
But arguably F35 don't feel confident with pushing over the ridge of the hill at the moment. They could in the next shift. It depends on where it goes. Plus F35X have to worry about execution as Kevin gets a knock on the helmet.
Greatly done. Kevin able to just set himself up for success potentially with his
no,
team.
really.
But trying to cross on over, Riley. That was a risky one.
One
He gets over, he gets to rest. That could be huge. I don't think he's in nade range. He's definitely not in nade range. No way, no way.
I think he is.
Ooh, wait a second. I mean, it is downhill, so you definitely can reach a little bit further, but I still think, yeah. Oh, wait.
That's a lot closer.
Yeah, that's a lot closer than I thought. If you run and jump, that reaches 100%.
Oh, no.
No, the angle. No, he has no idea. F35 in the wings. 10 eliminations to their name so far. Get himself an extra to their name, and now it's going to be a 2v2v1 Imperium. F35 really hasn't shown up big today whatsoever, but might just be able to close off day one with a bang.
They came into this game on 11 points in 13th place. They're already on 10 eliminations. They basically matched their total points with eliminations alone. They're guaranteed at least double their total points in this game. And it looks like they are in the opportunity to grab more. They stayed silent as a mouse while execution moved down the side. And out of this next circle, the blue zone is starting to close in.
Going to be a minimum of 20 points coming their way if they're going out in third, but of course they are going for that chicken dinner. That's going to be the main goal. Molly was chucked once again, and as I said, it is definitely a lot more possible for him to reach those. I would say go for the jump throw. I'm not sure what that smoke was trying to do, but it's thrown regardless. I think a little of a smoke road is going to be set. They do have to move out. F35 and execution currently Imperium are not in the circle. This is iCurd's position to hold on to as two teams, slowly but surely, going to push in their vicinity.
Is it weird that I think F35X are going to win? I don't know why, but I just think
there's a chance.
They've played this a little bit more smartly in the last minute or two that puts them in a slightly more controlling position. Look at Tosca moving towards Karar, and Marco is kind of moving towards Riley. They have two separate angles covered, not to the point where they need to push aggressively, but where they're able to get just slow amounts of information.
Hellman, though, is the really strong player in that position for iCurd. He's just got such a good overview of everything. He sees every smoke, every little pixel that moves, he's going to spot it first.
Yeah, that's true.
So Hellman is going to be the main threat to F35 and their chance to get chicken dinner. But as you said, there's a world where they get the chicken dinner.
Bag is off as well. Bag is off.
Yeah. That's it. Circle moved a little bit further downhill. Once again, it's going to be fourth thing Bose. F35 to move in. And also, it's going to be execution moving down. It's a slow finisher in Imperium. It's a really, really slow one.
I think iCurd need to move in as well.
I think one of their players, but I'd almost say keep Riley in that spot because, you know, players of the other teams are going to get to you before you have to move.
Don't disagree.
I would say just hold it. Exactly. So you just hold on to that spot, have a nice little two-man angle, and it will be just so hard to beat. Oh, is that nade thrown? I think it was. Ooh, that was way too close to full comfort. But he doesn't know that. He doesn't know exactly if that could have been a potential hit.
Oh.
Nice one. Nice damage once again. Right, towards Marco, the other one. I think that might be the last nade he's got in hand. He's going to throw right now. Yeah, that seemed like his last one. If that connects, that unlocks everything. I guess he didn't throw it. I thought he did. Okay. Still has the nade available.
This is such an intense finish.
Well spotted. There you go. Sees the pixel that moved, and that's going to be Riley. You're right up on his 2 feet to get that one down. 2v1v1. What? I thought you were shooting his teammates. Like, no, he's on your side. What's going on? Execution, that's going to be it. He was spotted away. That's it for them. Third place position, confirming that extra elimination onto Tosca. It's a 1v2 for Marco.
Oh, surely you saw Riley.
He saw... I don't think he saw Riley. Riley's a little bit more downhill. I don't think Marco can shoot him from there.
No, he can't.
He spotted Hellman, though. Hey, Marco, what's your game plan here? Especially with the UMP, not the best 1v2 clutch weapon. Oh, but they're trying to go for the random spray down. Doesn't have too much info. It's getting up every single extra meter. He's just going to see potentially that one pixel. It's all down to who spots the other one first. No way. No way. He still hasn't seen him. There you go. Gets the initial knock. Marco down to the 1v2 versus Hellman now. Can he take himself to 1v1? Helmend on the citadel of HP. He can't go for the heal off. He's got to
Marco.
take that fight, push up with the Scar. He's there. Jump shot down. And it is the
Oh
steal
my
that happens in
God!
the final game. Iker do not secure the chicken dinner. And it goes over to none other than F35 squad.
Oh my God, Marco! Oh, it popped so hard. The patience. The patience. Oh my God, like... He knew he had to wait for the perfect moment to strike Max. He had to wait for the perfect moment. Because if he had stepped up and got the knock, his position would have been exposed straight away by the other player from Iker. But the way he executed that initial knock, he took damage by Helmand, but he pushed forward. He got damage on the Helmand and then pushed in. I'm kind of speechless, Max.
The really cool thing that I enjoy from Marco in that final play is that he just waited for the perfect time when they were both aligned. Like that, if he gets to spray onto one, he keeps the information on the other and he can instantly spray transfer, which is what he tried to do. Boom, go for the initial spray transfer over to Helmond. Then when you got the damage down, he's going to potentially hide, maybe try and go for the res, which is what he was doing. He was trying to heal up.
Yeah.
And that's the moment you push it. That's the moment you get that Scar out of the backpack and you start spraying it down. Clutch moments, man, are amazing, but that is how you clutch things out in a 1v2 situation. If you have players aligned and you can spray transfer, that is how you clutch 1v2s, and it was perfect execution on that aspect of the game for Marco. So, man, great way to close off today, I'll tell you that much, Imperium. That was an absolute banger and one for the history books of Snapdragon Pro Series.
It was so intense, right? That lull between phase 7 and phase 8 was just the calm before the storm, and it was so perfectly played by all three teams as much as possible. Arguably a tiny bit of a throw from Iker, but I mean kind of in the lead up to the very end, they all knew that they couldn't really make the first move. In that regard, it was just so good, and that was the kind of PMPL level gameplay that we had kind of been talking about, and what a way to end the day. Just phenomenal.
Just a really sick clutch at the end of the day. But with that said, we're going to head on over to a very short break, and after that we're going to be checking out the overall rankings to see what we're working for going into day number 2. We'll see you guys soon.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Design, they wanna buy me, baby, I'm too pricey.
We'll close it off with a clutch. That's the best way to close off one day of Snapdragon Pro Series. I can tell you that much, Imperium and everyone at home. Hope you guys enjoyed that one. But Marco putting in the work to allow his team F35 to secure their first chicken dinner to close off day one here of the Snapdragon Pro Series. Question is, can they replicate that tomorrow? Hopefully so, but this chicken dinner definitely puts them up in the race for top 3.
It is going to massively boost their confidence, their morale, their feelings coming into tomorrow. Like I said, after the 4th game, they were, I believe, in 14th or 13th, and they were only on a total of 11 points. So what a turnaround in the final game. And I was pessimistic with that last game when it came to the circle being up north again, and I was, I was kind of like, okay, it's the same circle. Now we did have different ships, and it was a different area of the map that it finished. But once again, I do think we also saw teams learning from mistakes and evolving their gameplay to make for a very, very entertaining game.
Yeah, very entertaining indeed. I mean, we were just calm, and then everything just exploded after like Marco started going for the knock, so it looked absolutely fantastic. But let's check out the match rankings, see exactly how many points Marco was able to redeem for his team in this final match of the day, and it's going to be a total of 27. That's an absolute banger pop-off game that you definitely need if you're F35 X Squad, because you want to start your redemption arc right here, right now. iCut Squad, though, still get himself some decent points here and there, but execution still an extra 17, so we are seeing some kind of consistency from some of our top teams, which is always good to see. But Conquer Iraq, a little bit down below, and see Esports, meaning the top of the table should not have moved really significant.
Yeah, Conquer Iraq, 4 out of 5 good games. That 0-pointer to me doesn't put a dampener on their overall result for day one. They should still be overall happy, even though they're going to be their own worst enemies, which is, yeah, kind of justifiable, but just know that they've still had a very good day. iCurd should have won that game. We have to be a little bit harsh on them in that regard. Losing a 1v2 like that is just not how it should be done, and that could hurt them coming into tomorrow. Luckily, they have a decent bit of time to wipe off the egg of their face of losing that 1v2, and I really hope that it doesn't hurt their performance tomorrow, because they have been very decent today.
Very decent indeed. iCut has been looking like a very strong contender for the throne to make it into the top 3 and hopefully secure themselves a spot into PMNC 2022. Though a little bit lower on, it's going to be 77 Esports, still some decent points coming their way. We'll have to see how that's going to be impacting the overall rankings. I'm really intrigued. As we said once again, Conquer Iraq, C-Sport not doing too much, so we don't expect the top tables to be moving up too much, but the teams close to it should be definitely interesting. Conquer Iraq, wait, what? Oh, okay, I did not expect that though. Conquer Iraq, 67, still in first place, but only 1 point ahead of Execution that just jump up. So many extra slots in the past 2 games. They had a really good Sanhok. They have a good finish here, gave themselves some extra placements in top 3. Man, I'm surprised. I did not expect that.
And even the balance between placements and eliminations is literally perfect. 33, 33, 66 total.
Oh yeah.
And one thing that I'm even observing, like the top 7 teams, for the most part, all have a very healthy elimination to placement point ratio, right? 25 28, 29 23, 30 21, 27 23. Even kind of 77 Esports isn't that bad. It's just they have, I suppose, less total points. It's just how close it is between like 1st and 9th. 1st and 9th is only 29 points. That's ridiculous. This is the closest region we've had so far, and there's only 3 spots available, Max.
Exactly, and the fact that F35 X Squad get himself this last chicken dinner, they put himself in reach where they can actually reach top 3 tomorrow, which that is going to be the main goal for them. So this chicken dinner was actually massive for F35. Great clutch from Marco in general. And I'm looking at Clear Vision and 77 Esport. 27 placement points for Clear Vision, 29 placement points for 77 Esport. And then you look at teams above them like W7 Esport, 30 placement points, 29 for One Heart.
Yeah.
That both have a chicken dinner. it goes to show just how consistent Clear Vision and 77 have been, despite not being able to actually find closure to one of today's matches.
And that's good, and I'm glad you made a positive out of that, but I also want to say that it's to me a little bit of a negative, because you kind of countered my point of like the top 8 having something and turning it into it, and then you kind of said, well, most of the top 8, should I say. And I think Clear Vision is one of those top 8 that are struggling to... It's like they're a diamond in the rough, but they haven't polished that diamond kind of thing, where they're missing a couple of things. Like, for example, in that last game, they made a half-decent rotation. We criticized the lack of maybe preparation and getting information, and they went in a bit blind, but they turned that into a decent engagement. Fair play. But then they slipped up by moving away before the engagement was finished, and then they got punished for it. So those kind of things, they just need to clean those up, and yes, they will be in the top 3. So yeah, I'm happy that you made a positive, because they should think of it in as much of a positive way as possible.
Yeah, but I'm happy you did say, no, that this is definitely looking like the region where it is the closest between a lot of the top teams, which means who's going to be in the top 3 tomorrow? Oh, I don't really have any idea. Still a pretty big bet to make, and we have no idea who's going to be making it, of course, to PMNC. But if you want to find out, you can join me and Imperium, same time, same place, tomorrow, here for another day of Snapdragon Pro Series PMCO Open Finals for the Middle East region. See which will be the 3 teams to make it to the next stage and maybe begin their career of PUBG Mobile Esports pro players. With that said, thanks so much for watching today's broadcast. It was a pleasure to have you once again. We'll see you guys next time for some more PUBG Mobile action.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look, you won't stop.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss. Time's right, and I know the sea is walking in a limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. Might drown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Don't step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out